Right, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this morning's meeting of the Scrutiny Commission. We've got quite a big agenda to get through today, so we'll make progress as quick as we can. Today's meeting, as is usual, will be webcast live to the public. For those not able to watch the footage, the webcast will be available for viewing on the County Council's network after the meeting. Can I remind members and officers to please switch their microphones on when speaking and don't forget to turn it off when you've finished. Mrs. Seaton is attending in place of Mr. Richardson. Yeah. So that's that done. Can I also welcome the Leader of the Council, Nick Rushton, and the Deputy Leader, Byron Rhodes, who are primarily here on the issue of unitary status and the vision for Leicestershire. Minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of September. I propose that the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of September are taken as read, confirmed and signed. Are you all in agreement?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 2, question time. I have received 6 questions from Mrs. Sharon Scott under Standing Order 35. I will invite Mrs. Scott to the table in a minute. Everyone should have a copy of the questions and the answers, so these can be taken as read. Mrs. Scott, would you like to come forward, please, into that microphone there? That'd be great. Please take a seat. Thank you for coming this morning. We welcome questions to this committee. The answers that you have been prepared by the officers of the council. But the procedure enables you to ask any supplementary questions, and that is limited to 1 question per answer to each of your questions. But I would highlight that these need to clarify the response that you've already been given and shouldn't raise any new issues. I'll then ask the officers if they're able to respond, but if that's not possible, we'll ensure that you get something in writing following the meeting. So, do you have any supplementary?
Yes, I do. I've got one for each of the 6 answers, actually. So, shall I just go through each one?
Yeah, go through each one, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So, looking at point number 1, response number 1, where you're talking about the strategic growth plan, where I mentioned that the original Southern Gateway proposal was dropped. I would like to ask, please, can the chairman explain exactly what the people of Stony Stanton and Sapcote gained when they were told that their feedback had been listened to and the Southern Gateway proposal had been dropped? I mean, presumably LCC do not see Sapcote and Stony Stanton as rural centres worth protecting in accordance with their later reply, where they talk about the need to protect rural centres.
Okay, are you able to help on that? That's more of a planning issue, isn't it, John, than a property issue?
That's right.
Yeah. Do we have anyone from? Do we have Tom Pinnell? We'll prepare you a written answer on that one. That is really a planning. There are 2 parts to this. There's the planning side of it, and then there's the county council as a landowner and property developer. And Mr. Bennett primarily looks after that side, so he's not the best person to answer your question. So on that point, we will get you a written answer. Okay?
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Number 2, where we talk about the need to maintain areas of separation between the new settlement and the villages of Stony Stanton, similar to that which currently exists between the existing villages. I would just ask them, please, if the chairman could explain why Leicestershire County Council has put into the call for sites exercise an area of farmland that currently lies in the green wedge between Sapcote and Stony Stanton, and why, under the plans that were submitted to support the housing infrastructure bid, that the so-called new development is actually being bolted directly onto Stony Stanton, recognising that the size of the development would leave very little green space on the eastern side of the M69. And I would also refer the council to their response to Blaby in their talking about their district plan, where they say in relation to strategic green infrastructure, the council supports continuation of existing designations, including retaining green wedge, area of separation and country designation in principle. Green wedges have been an effective policy tool helping to provide green lungs and physical identity and distinctiveness for communities.
Okay. John, are you able to respond on that issue?
Yes, Chair. The reason why the area directly adjacent to Stony Stanton and Sapcut was included in the call for sites was to ensure that our land could be seen in conjunction with the land then extending to the M69 junction 2. What it means is that we can then control the separation and actually ensure that it is delivered. By having our land, we can then help deliver the residential scheme if Blaby, in their local plan review, do bring it forward.
Okay. Third supplementary.
Yes, moving on to my third question, where you said that you acknowledge that the County Council's aware of the current situation in both villages, that they've both amply met their targets for the future. And on that, I'd just also like to refer the Chairman to the recent letter sent by Alberto Costo and 2 other MPs, where he greatly questioned the forecast that Leicestershire County Council are using for these extra housing. And basically, it does seem a particularly large amount, 4,500 houses, to bolt onto villages that are currently 1,500 houses in Sapcote, I think, and not many more in Stony Stanton.
That is, again, a planning issue, and I do know those figures are... The County Council is working on the figures put forward nationally and by the MAG. There's a member advisory group which leads on this planning, of which all councils are represented, the County Council, the City Council and 7 district councils. I'm not clear, and I will take advice on this, whether you are able to ask questions of the MAG. There is an issue going on at the moment over the treatment of the minutes of the MAG and whether they can be published. At the moment, they're not. So I think that particular supplementary more relates to the activities of the strategic member advisory group, which prepares these figures. But I will take further advice on that and see if we can get you an answer from them. I think would be the appropriate body. But I'll need to take advice. Okay.
Number 4, where we talk about the proposed HNRFI, and you say that by locating new housing development with major employment hubs, the opportunity exists for workers to live in more sustainable locations close to their work, thus maximising the opportunity to reduce the length and number of journeys. I would just like to say there, would the Chairman confirm that this contradicts LCC's statement in 3 above, where you say that the additional housing is needed to meet the needs of Leicester City? Because in actual fact, you will be meeting the housing needs of Burton-on-Trent, because that's where similar freight hubs in the area currently bus their workers in from.
John, can you advise on that? What work has been done on the issue of synergy between where people live and work? Is anything being done in relation to this proposal that's being put forward?
In the discussions with Blaby District Council, they see this area as being both a commercial and residential development, and they just see that it just makes sense that if you're going to have a large amount of industrial or commercial uses on a site that's currently away from substantial residential, if residential can be prepared and delivered adjacent to that area, then it's a more sustainable location. But there is also the underlying natural growth of the area that Blaby are looking at as part of their local plan review in any event. So it is a mix of both the employment and the natural growth in the area.
Okay, thank you. Question 5, supplementary.
Yeah, this is where I talk about the County Council farms putting in its farm estate. You talk about moving the farmers to other areas and purchasing additional agricultural holdings for them. Well, I would just say there that really, would the Chairman agree that if substitute agricultural holdings are to be purchased for them, then really there's little point in uprooting people who have lived there. In one case, they've lived there for a very long time, disrupting their business and their home life, just to move them out of the area for no particularly good reason.
Do you have a comment on relocating existing tenants were this to go ahead?
Yes, every tenant has within their lease we have the opportunity to take that lease back as part of the portfolio management of the investment fund that the rural estate sits within. Quite right that the fund still looks for new opportunities for increasing the farm estate where it is viable to do so. And what we wouldn't do is end up with a situation where we make somebody having an unviable business, and therefore we'll ensure that either they are relocated or they are compensated for their loss.
Okay, thank you. And item 6, supplementary. Please.
Yeah,
Question.
item 6 was where I talked about the County Council taking on this to manage and that. Really, I would just like to say there, would the Chairman agree that LCC have little regard to how the council taxpayers of Stony Stanton and Sapcote, how their council tax is being used to steamroller through a large plan where there's strong evidence it doesn't have support from local residents, and it'll actually be for the detriment of local residents of Stony Stanton and Sapcote, who place a high value on living in a rural location, who won't benefit from the jobs created. And also, could the LCC explain to the residents of Stony Stanton and Sapcote why they don't consider their villages are rural and worth protecting when they actually state that one of the aims of the strategic growth plan is to protect rural villages?
Okay, so I don't think that's one I can ask the officers to answer, because this decision in the end lies with the Cabinet and with members, with councillors. There's a lot of councillors here this morning on this committee that have heard what you've said, and they will need to take that into account when future decisions are made about this site, whether it goes forward or not, as the County Council as landowner. So your points are well made and have been noted.
Yeah.
Can I thank you very much? We will ensure, as I say, you get a written answer on the more planning-related matters to your supplementary questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the time. I'd like to thank Council for listening to my views. Thank you.
Right, moving on to item 3, questions submitted by members. There are none. Item 4. There are no urgent items to be taken elsewhere on the agenda today. Item 5, declarations of interest in respect of items on the agenda. Now, as is usual, I'm assuming that all members who are also member of district and parish councils will wish to declare an interest in the unitary business case. Is that correct? Okay. Are there any other declarations, Dr. Einan?
We won't get to it till this afternoon, but I need to declare a personal non-pecuniary interest in the mention of the Carroll on Wellbeing radio station, which is where I'm a volunteer, on page 152 in the annual performance report.
Just what sort of interest is it?
I'm a volunteer there. It's personal and non-pecuniary.
Right, thank you. Any others? No. Are there any declarations of the party whip? No. There's item 8. There's no. Sorry, item 7. There are no petitions. That takes us to item 8 then, which is the vision for local government. Now, as you know, a lot of work has gone into this report. We have looked at this issue. I think it was 3 separate occasions previously. We now have the vision and the documents to support it. And what we're being asked to do now is to comment on that before it goes back to the Cabinet on the 22nd of October. As currently proposed, it is going to go to the December full council meeting to settle the position of the County Council on this matter. So, this morning, as I've already indicated, we've got Nick Rushton, Leader of the County Council, Byron Rhodes, the Deputy Leader of the County Council, and then we've got a number of officers that are going to explain the relative areas that they've been working on. Nick, did you want to make some sort of opening statement? And if you could just, for the record, set out the process as you see it now in terms of what's going to happen between now and the County Council meeting.
Sure. On the process, obviously, it's here. You can take as long as you like with it, have as many meetings as you like with it. It'll go, I'm advised, to the, does it go to the cross-member working party?
That's not scheduled as yet, but we can certainly put one in if that's what's required.
Could go to the cross-member working party if you so desire. It can come back here again, and then it will go to cabinet, and then it'll be referred to council on our side on a free vote basis. On my introductory remarks, Chairman, can I first of all thank you and all members and officers for the second iteration of the document, which I think is far superior to the first one, and a lot of it is obviously down to the work that not just the Cabinet has done and Simon has done, but all members who've inputted into it. So I've got 2 pages as introductory remarks just to set the scene. I shouldn't take too long because I'm not here really to lecture, I'm here to listen. But these proposals set out a modern and fit for the 21st century all-purpose authority, replacing all councils in Leicestershire, that's districts and county. I've already said I thank you for the work you've done. We've treated it with professionalism and have contributed massively to the business case. We should not be afraid of setting the agenda locally and showing leadership. With so much local and national uncertainty over Brexit, future funding, growth pressures on our budgets, we must be in a position as a council to act quickly if circumstances change. In the national context, 2-tier structure for local government is slowly dying out. In England, there are 149 upper-tier authorities, and at present only 24 retain two-tier councils. All local government in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland is governed by unitary councils. A dozen councils have been created in the last 10 years. We've heard from some of their leaders, as you know, about how county unitaries work well. They do save money and therefore they do protect and improve services. What I can say is whenever they review local government, no one has invented the 2-tier structure. Now, I'm not saying districts are bad and counties are good, but we need to recognise reality. When I do speak privately, obviously, with district leaders, they know that the 2-tier structure is dying out, and they say to me, yes, we know it's dying out, but not yet. So what we need to do is set out what the county council thinks is the best structure for local government in Leicestershire, and encourage district councils, if they recognise that the 2-tier structure is dying out, and I think we all know that it is dying, it's just how long it takes to die. If it is dying out, encourage them to come forward with their proposals. Now, some say they want 1, some say they want 2, some say they want 7 unitaries. But what we need to do is encourage them to put forward their proposals, as the County Council is seeking to do with this document. I'll then move on to the Queen's speech in September 2020, and I know that we're now going to have a general election and all bets are off, but when we did this, we needed to reflect what policy was of government at the time, and I'm sure that following an election, certain policies won't change a great deal, apart from living Brexit, hopefully. So the Queen's speech last month included a commitment on a devolution white paper with an offer enhanced devolution across England, more local democratic responsibility and accountability. The government will provide detail in the white paper on structural and institutional reform in England to support devolution and growth in step with further funding. So we need to be in a position when something comes that we have something here as the County Council. So when I'm in London and I see Generic, once every 6 or 7 weeks, I see other ministers, I need to be there with a settled position for this County Council. I can say to the ministers, this is our policy. Now, it doesn't mean it's 100% right, and hopefully, a minister will pick it up and he'll say, yeah, that's really, really good. Get together and compel the district councils to get together and come up with something. But we haven't got anything at the moment. So my biggest problem when I'm there is I haven't got a policy. So if you guys kick it out in December, I'll say our policy is status quo. We like 2-tier. But my vision is this, and that's what I need when I'm in London. And I'm sure the Chief Executive would benefit from some instruction from this County Council, what our overriding policy is. So the Secretary of State in a Local Government Chronicle article said, Unitary councils are now his preferred structure. He added, I appreciate the fact that people want to have a sense of identity and the small scale brings a connection with communities, but it doesn't feel to me that it has a long-term future. So all the time, every time anybody speaks, including myself and ministers and government, everybody's saying the present system is withering on the vine. We need to move towards a model that provides better value for money for taxpayers and able to look much more strategically at challenges like housing and transport. So I will certainly be encouraging local councils to move in that direction. So we were ahead of the game and are still ahead of the game with this document. So the next steps, I certainly want to hear from you guys here. Your contributions have been important. It will be at full council in December. As I've said, Conservative members will have a free vote and therefore able to express their views on whether this should be the settled will of this council. Doesn't mean we're going to get it straight away, but it would become the settled will of this council, which will help us. If it is, giving the people the chance to have their say is key. When that happens, will depend on the government's position. It'll also now depend on whatever government we get, but I do hope to do this in the new year or when the time is right. Every member needs to bear in mind the financial challenges facing the County Council. There is no certainty at all after next year, and I, for one, want to find ways, if we can, of avoiding cuts in services. And if you look at the local government in Leicestershire as a whole, although generally we're pretty poorly funded, if you look at the total funding package across the piece, all the 7 plus us, there is enough money to carry on or improve the services we offer with the money that's already in the system, and that is our view. Byron will talk, if you want to about PwC and the fact we've had the figures audited, but I think that will suffice for opening remarks. But I do want to hear what members say, and as I said in our pre-group meeting, which we have before we come in here as Conservatives, what we mustn't do is fall out. You know, I'm not saying districts are bad. I'm not saying counties are the bee's knees, if you know what I mean. But we're here as county councillors. We need to respect each other's views, respect that we're all county councillors. I'm a dual hatter. I know 80-odd% of us are. I mean, you are, Chairman. This is the settled view of the county council at the December meeting. So you can still be a district councillor, and you would be for a number of years, but we need to get to the county council, have a settled position of what it thinks is the future for local government. So we've been brave, we've developed a fantastic document, and I hope after you've criticised it in parts, that when it comes to December, members in a free vote will support it. Thank you.
Okay. Byron, do you want to add anything, or are you happy to take questions?
No, I just had one or two things. I totally support what the leaders just said. What I would add to this is that the document you have in front of you is a development of that one which you saw back in the spring and early summer. And the criticisms and ideas and suggestions that were put forward during that scrutiny process, which I thought was extremely well handled, if I may say so, and the contributions that we had, not just from yourselves and other scrutiny members, but also from people outside, and particularly from the councils that had been through this before, came forward, and result of which the document and the proposals were developed, especially in the areas of dealing with planning applications and local area committees to deal with the more local issues. So it's a very different document in that respect, and in some other respects as well, and detailed issues have been resolved inside the document where there were inconsistencies. And what you're having for you is a new, very much improved comprehensive proposal, fully costed, fully worked out, and I think has been extensively debated. So today is the next stage in that process. I'm unequivocally totally behind it. I will never myself, I don't believe, be a unitary councillor. That's just a way of things and due to the position I have in life. But I've had 40 years in local government now, and I've seen everything from every angle as a practitioner at parish, district and county level, and in other ancillary authorities that deal with the county council and deal with the districts. And I've come to the conclusion that the unitary single-tier structure is the right way forward. And I think this is as good a proposal as anyone has ever put forward, and probably better than anyone else ever had, including those that have previously done this and done it successfully. So I hope we have a good debate this morning.
Thank you very much, Byron. Any officers want to add anything before we open it for questions? Okay. Right. Can we just deal with this issue that was reported recently about this letter from the MPs, Nick? Let's get this out of the way.
So it was the same letter that we received.
Well, officially, this letter is confidential, but I mean, I think we need to be realistic about it. It has appeared verbatim in the local press, so I think we all know what it says and what they're asking. Have you responded to that letter, and what essentially is the response? Because my understanding is what they've said is that even if this was pursued, notwithstanding what you said about having a document that would sit to appropriate time, they would oppose it through the parliamentary process, and therefore I think it says something along the lines of it's unlikely to get parliamentary approval. So how are you dealing with that issue of the opposition to it from the MPs?
Well, I'm surprised at their opposition. It was expected. They said it earlier this year. I think it was virtually the same letter we had before. So I propose that we just carry on. MPs, with all due respect to MPs, they do not run this county council. They do not run the district councils. They do not run local government. And what we're seeking to do here is develop a proposal that is in the best interests of the people of Leicestershire, in our opinion. And they're all now out for election. So I think we should carry on. Just because the MPs say they don't like it doesn't mean it is not right.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to ask you about was, I understand that there has, you're still asking the districts to come forward with any alternatives. My understanding is that there was some work, or is some work being done on that collectively. Are you aware of that, and have you been informed that they may put something else forward?
I've received no official communication from the district leaders. Obviously, I know district leaders. I've got a district leader in my cabinet and to which I serve under at district, and he certainly said nothing to me. I would just encourage them that if they think that the system, and I think they do, think the present system is time limited, withering on the vine, etc., they should get together and come up with alternative proposals.
Right, let's open it up for members' questions. Michael Wyatt.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of things. First of all, can I ask if the letter which you refer to is going to be made public?
Just 1 second, Michael.
Can you answer that, Nick?
I can't. It was written to me. It was David Tredinnick was the lead letter writer. All members of Parliament have signed it, saying that they don't support the proposals, and without them, as you know, we've got no majority anyway. So, with or without them, if it hasn't got their support, I honestly don't know whether the members of Parliament intended it to be confidential or not, Simon. I mean, I certainly received it myself.
Do you want to come back, Michael?
Yeah, it's just the issue is that, you know, it's been you mentioned the letter, you've talked about the letter, so I think members should be able to see the letter, and also members of the public should be able to see the letter.
I've just been informed, Simon, it was marked private and confidential. I haven't given it to anyone, so if you've seen it, Simon, you haven't seen it from me.
No, I haven't. What there is it's been widely reported in the local media and the local press.
But it's saying private and confidential on it without going back and ask the members of Parliament. I feel like I'd be unable to make it public, Michael.
Yeah, can I?
It went to the district leaders as well, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was addressed to them as well.
And it was up to them to share it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, can I come back on?
Yeah.
I've just got a question for the leader, basically. Can I ask the leader of the council if this exercise is more about your ego than actually tackling improving the services accountability? Because when I talk privately to members, they say it is.
The question is it more about my ego or more about what I think?
Is it building an empire?
No, because I may well not be leader of it. I mean, I'm only elected annually by my group. I mean, I'm putting my position probably more at risk with promoting this than anything else. Previous leaders have been sacked by their group when it doesn't go through. But I've always said to my group, it's a free vote. I imagine. I mean, you're a free Liberal anyway. You're not even a member of the Leicestershire Liberals, so you'll certainly have a free vote. This isn't about my ego at all. It's about forward thinking, looking at the blue sky thinking what is in the best interests to serve and protect the services for the people of Leicestershire, not me.
Okay. Don't want to curtail anything that members want to say, and I also did issue a statement yesterday. If any other members who are not members of this committee wish to ask a question or make a statement, then they're very welcome to do so. But could I just draw your attention to the discussion of the business case and the bullet points, break it down into the vision, the services, member role, savings, the savings methodology, and transition and transformation. Now, I know that's going to be difficult to follow, but it is suggested that as far as possible, we manage it through those processes. So in thinking about the questions, if you could try to start with to ask any issues in relation to the vision document that we've got in front of us. Sorry, that is my fault. I should have made that clear at the start of the discussion, just to keep some structure to it. But of course, any contributions are welcome.
After, there's Bill first.
Right, Bill Bolter.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can the leader tell us what consultations had with the districts, if any at all? If there's been no consultation with the districts, wouldn't it have been more advisable to speak to them as a normal body to actually come up with a united answer to this problem? I'm not aware of any discussions with the districts. I don't know if any's taken place that I don't know about.
In response to the vision document as well, have you received any written responses from other organisations, districts, other partners, stakeholders?
So through the process, we have received various correspondences from members of the public and organisations. I'm not aware that we've received anything formally from district councils. We've had a whole series of meetings and discussions with parish and town councils throughout the process, and other private sector businesses have been made aware and have provided some comment on the document as it's passed through.
Do you want to? Can you help Bill's specific point about talking to the districts? Has there been any other further meetings with district leaders to discuss the issue?
District leaders, as far as I'm aware, meet regularly, and occasionally they'll invite me to attend. The last one I think I attended was either late June or early July. I know they had a meeting this week. I wasn't invited to attend.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has to be seen in the context of what this document is. This document is the response that's being put forward to the long consultation and debate that took place in the spring and early summer. It's not been in the public domain very long, and it's come straight here. It went through cabinet, of course, in a formal sense last week. Then it's come here for the detailed debate today. I would expect the districts will study it, and I hope they do study it and don't automatically assume it's the same document as the one previously, because I think that's the trap that people can fall into. This is the same thing again. It's not. This is a very different document to the one they had previously, and people therefore would have to invest quite a bit of time and effort into understanding the differences. And then I think that one would expect that those comments and responses will come through and they'll be constructive. And I hope that's the way people will approach it.
So just clarify that. What is the right time, are you saying, for organisations? Are you proposing a formal consultation after the county council meeting or after the cabinet meeting?
You know, I'm not proposing anything at all. I'm just saying that this is the process that we're going through, which is the one that's already been announced, which is that now we're taking it through this meeting today and then through the cabinet, and then there'll be opportunities for any interested parties, the districts being probably some of the major ones, to contribute before we have our debate in full council.
So will you be writing to them to tell them that?
I'll leave that to the leader to decide what he's going to do.
If that's something that this committee suggests that I do as part of the scrutiny process, just reach that conclusion, and if you want me to, I will do. I think it'd be better. They can comment, but I don't. The idea of bringing it here is I want to hear the views of county councillors, my scrutiny chairman, backbenchers, everybody here, probably more than I want to hear from district leaders, because at the moment all they've said is no, no, no. Some guys here are floating, sitting on the fence. Some guys like Byron are 100% pro. I want to hear your views. Then if we can pass this at full council, I can then give it to the Secretary of State, assuming by then we've got one. If he likes it, the ideal thing would be to say, yes, this is a great document, Leicestershire, and compel the districts to sit down with us and work something out and not be so obsessed by the fact that you're a district councillor or a county councillor. You will be a new councillor and you will be doing your best to represent and provide services to the people of Leicestershire with the money we've got. That would be my ideal.
Bill, do you want to come back?
I heard what the leader said, but I thought if you talk to the parish councils and town councils, you've missed the district councils out. So why have you talked to the parish and town councils and not district councils? And also, if it's going to the December meeting for a final decision by the county council, that's, I would say, a bit rushed. Because if you know the district councils have got some input into this, yet they're being totally ignored. Now, before you have a final document, I thought you'd like to have heard their views and had a meeting with them and had a joint view. And if they disagree with you, at least you can sort it with them, rather than try and steamroll it through to a December meeting. And you've already admitted it's going to sort of sit on the shelf for a long while. So what is the rush in getting it to a December meeting when you're not in talk to the districts yet?
Districts have made it clear to me when I have had meetings with them that they do not support yet a review of the structure of local government. This will be the settled will of this county council, and you, Bill, as a county councillor. You can still have a different view you can vote against it for a start off, but you are a district councillor as well, and I would encourage you, as a member of a district council, to get together with the other district councils and come up with a proposal. I think we all need to recognise that two-tier is dying. This is our vision as a county council for what we think would be in the best interests of the people of Leicestershire, our view, that delivers the services and protects us from any more cuts. This is our view, and if we can get it through full council, I can then send it to a Secretary of State, and as I said, hopefully he'll say, yes, Leicestershire, great document, and compel the districts to sit down and make it work, because at the moment there is no compulsion for them to make it work. So it's very, very hard when you've got them saying, yeah, it's a good document, we don't agree with it, we like the way we are. We know that local government is going to change, but it's not going to change just yet. We are forward thinking. We're proposing the abolition of our self-care bill. You will no longer be a county councillor. You've been a county councillor for a long, long time. This isn't about councils. It's about services for the people of Leicestershire. So we're abolishing us all, not just districts.
Right. Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Chair. I think just a few general comments rather than questions after reading the report and being part of this process. First, I'd like to thank officers for all the hard work that's gone into it. It's obviously taken a lot of time and effort to produce this, so thank you very much. I guess my frustrations as a fairly new member of the County Council can be summarised on page 5 of the Appendix A, where we set out our vision for the future. So absolutely agree with this vision. delivering a simplified and improved services, strengthening accountability, cutting bureaucracy, reducing duplication by saving money so we can invest in frontline services, and saving money for the taxpayers. I think, as the leader said, if the government were looking to roll out local government again, a two-tier system wouldn't be the system that was rolled out. I know it's a system we've got, but it's a system that would not be rolled out as an efficient system. Now, I'm a single-hatted member. I think about 11 of the 13 councillors on this commission are dual-hatted. So we already have unitary councillors. You already have two jobs insofar as representing at district and county level. So I believe that there are some arguments made in previous meetings where there was concerns raised at taking democracy away from people. Actually, 11 of us already do serve on district councils. So there would be still that local connection with our communities. When I speak to my residents in Markfield, Desford and Thornton, they don't say to me, we really want to keep the borough council, it's great stuff for us. What they say to me is, we want to keep good services, we want to improve local services. They don't care who delivers those services. They just care that when they come to their local councillor, those issues get dealt with and their services continue to improve. On page 17 of Appendix A, I think it highlights well in this diagram something that we all go through on a regular basis when we are approached by our residents. You know, residents will come to us on issues and they will say, I've got an issue about recycling or bins or council tax. And as county councillors, we often have to go to our district colleagues to ensure they get resolved. So having a single authority with a streamlined approach, cutting out the bureaucracy, I believe is an efficient way of dealing with those problems. Now, we were elected, I believe, to ensure that, I'm sure we've all got good intentions, to ensure that we deliver the best services possible for our residents. Now, I certainly wasn't elected to preserve bureaucracies and layers of administration. So the financial benefits of a single-tier authority are clear to see. I would much prefer to have £30 million a year annually spent on local frontline services than spent on layers of bureaucracy, just because that is the way it has always been. So I believe, reading through the document, proposals and listening to all the views, actually, this is a creative vision, and I very much welcome this new vision for local government in Leicestershire.
Thank you, Peter. I think you made your feelings and position very clear. I don't think it requires an answer, as you said at the beginning. Okay.
But can I just say,
Yep.
not only are some of us here, like me, a two-hatter, I'm a triple-hatter, because I also serve on my town council. So I serve on Ashby Town Council, North West Leicestershire and Leicestershire County Council. The only thing that this document does is it gets rid of the middle layer. The bottom layer, in my view, is the really, really local layer. Now, Ashby Town Council, as it happens, is a very well-run, nicely structured council with a relatively big budget for a parish council, 400,000 or 500,000. They are desperately looking for more responsibility, and this document will give them. But equally, I've got people, I'm not going to mention any Hilary Fryers by name, whose parish council are quite small and may not want or may not be capable of taking on more responsibility. This document does not compel them to do that either. It's there if they want it. And I would say that a town council would be essential for Colville, for instance, hasn't got one. Why not? I don't know why it hasn't got one, but it should have one. So places like that could ask to have one. But you don't have to have one. That's the beauty of this document. So Hilary can be satisfied, my town council in Ashby can be satisfied, can have more. So that's another really good point in this document.
Okay, thank you. Dan Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first of all like to congratulate, with my colleague, the officers. This is a fantastic document. When you really sit and spend time and study, it gives us so many different answers to the questions that we all have and that we hear so frequently. What concerns me is we talk, and we've wasted quite a bit of time, so about the district leaders. We had two here in our forum. One agreed that it was the future. The other suggested that we sack all the county staff and redeploy them at less salaries so then we won't have a financial problem. That was that interaction. I obviously speak to the district leader at North West, and I've heard other leaders and deputy leaders, colleagues here amongst us. But I don't see that dynamism. You know, somebody has to start a conversation. This has already been started. Now we're putting all the bricks to build the wall. Not meant to be an analogy to create a division, but we've got to make a start. And I think this is first class. And I tell you the other point, Chair, when we look at what we're talking about today, later on, we have a need. And I talk to district leaders, and they're worrying about budgets. So they have needs. So we've got these 7 silos. And what concerns me is that we have 7 people and 7 members of parliament. So we have 14 people. Ultimately, today, we're talking of 700,000 people, not 10,000 as a county councillor or 100,000 as a district. The 700,000 people's lives and futures that we could enhance and have a better future, in my humble opinion. I really do like this. I hope we're not going to spend a long, long time trying to draw other politicians in who've made their mind up. That's fine. But we cannot sit here having the responsibility that we have as county councillors, knowing that what we face in our budgets and our strong desire to offer first-class services to the members of public. I didn't join this authority to cut the services and to budget here and budget there simply because of factors beyond our control. So it's the way we're funding, and we've had a fantastic funding campaign for fair funding by the Deputy Leader, which has reached national levels. But once again, somebody has to say, yeah, it's great, because other people are now going to lose millions of pounds. And so we're at this sort of crossroads. Do we look at an initiative that could actually resolve our situation? Do we make better services for 700,000 people? Or do we go back to the silos where we've got 7 of them and they're all doing their own thing and occasionally they talk? But I don't ever see anybody saying, this is a proposition for 1 or 2, we could do this. It's absolutely nothing. Yet we spend so much time worrying about them, where clearly if they don't want to play the game and be involved and be democratic and make a proper contribution, well, hey, we've got to be responsible for our people that we represent. So really, Mr. Chairman, I really wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that endorsement. At the beginning, you mentioned when we invited the 2 district leaders, and you summarised that. The first one who said about sacking the staff, I agree with you entirely. Yeah, he's no longer with us, is he? Yeah, right. Okay. But to be fair, for the record, the other one I do remember because he was the former leader at Harborough. His case was that this could be done differently by actually joining up services, cooperation, joint working, and a much more integrated approach between the tiers. I think that would summarise what he was saying in his position. And I thought that some further work was being done on that, but I haven't seen anything like the leader either. So if they are doing that, then they need to get it in pretty quickly so that it can be assessed and looked at.
Chairman, all district leaders have received an early iteration of this document, and we've had no offers of engagement. In my view, them coming together and doing stuff will not deliver the savings which the new council, it's not a county council, the new council would deliver. The savings really come from getting rid of back office, if I'm honest. You know, that's the main thing. You've got lots of new strategic things you can do better. You can do your housing and infrastructure things better if you all work together. But the savings come from, 7 chief executives, 7 heads of planning, 7 heads of housing. There's just 7 of everything. And it doesn't need 7. You don't need. I think there's 2 or 3 collection authorities, or really one computer pressing a button sends the bills out. You don't need. I know some of the districts are together. In my view, the main savings come from back office, because there could be. You could actually come up with a document that saves a lot more money. But what we want to do is enhance the lower level where the lower level wants enhancing. So the savings at 30 million are big, but could be massive if you wanted to not delegate. But we recognise that, as Jenrick said in his speech to stuff to the OGC, we do need to delegate down to the smaller parish councils where they want it. So that does come with a cost. What we want to do is get rid of the document gets rid of the middle. It gets rid of the middle, but it also gets rid of us. We're not saying that we're great. This is a completely new council, fit for the 21st century. We were only invented here in '73, I think, and then you had local government reform when the city went off and became unitary. Districts were only invented in '73. They've hardly got a massive history to fall back on. They were an amalgamation of rural and urban councils.
Okay. Mrs. Fryer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leader, for already mentioning me. This is a new document. This isn't what we were discussing this time last year or earlier this year. I do think, to make sure we are unified in unitary ways, that it would be important for district councillors that are not dual or triple-hatted to have an opportunity to go through this, because at the end of the day, they're the ones in the districts that make the decisions, and it would be an opportunity for us all to read it. I am presuming, maybe wrongly, that before you ask the Secretary of State to make the district councils get together and go along with it, that they would have a chance to scrutinise it themselves. And I'm not talking at leader level, I'm talking at councillor level. There's a lot of people that are dual-hatted in district councils via their parish council, but are not county council. So I do think we have to go out as broad as possible. I would also like, I probably missed it, and it's my fault, I'm sorry. I think there was a mention made in your introduction, Leader, that planning would also come down to not necessarily to the unitary authority as a whole, but be reduced down. I think this is one thing that local people get very concerned about, that if it's going to some enormous place or association, it affects all localities. So I would like to say that's basically, I think it's a fantastic document. Thanks and appreciation is being given to everybody involved with it, but I do think we need to get the districts on board. We are county councillors. We do want the best for all our residents. I went into local politics, well, I won't say how many years ago, but put it this way, I was 28. So I've been right across the gamut, not only in Leicestershire, but in other counties. But I do think democracy means everybody has a chance to put their views forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just answer the...
Yeah, can I just make the point for what the planning issue has changed significantly since the first. I would accept that. And it was largely based on 2 comments. The first one was by Baroness Scott, who pointed out quite rightly that on the day the new authority takes office, you would still have 7 local plans, statutory local plans, and you would still have to make planning decisions on the basis of those local plans. And that's a very, very significant and important issue that required it. The second comment was that really how to respond to what I call the Alan Duncan comment, which was, I'm not having planning decisions about Melton made in Glenfield. Those were his exact words. So it is fair to say that some work. But of course, in doing that, you are effectively replicating the existing planning committees.
Yes,
But-
I appreciate that, Chair, and thank you very much. But on page 17, it says Unitary will take over planning. Well, it does in the bubble.
I'm sure the leader can, or
So,
the officers
I think
can.
the officer-
Rosemary, do you want to clarify? Because we spent a huge amount of time on this.
Just to be clear, planning will be a function of the Unitary Council, as in it is something that the Unitary Council will have to do. It will of course be up to the new Unitary Council itself, should it ever be established, to determine how it delivers that planning function. But what we've proposed in this document is that we'd set up 7 area planning committees on the district footprints that would meet in each local district area and would be made up of councillors only representing that area to make sure that planning decisions are still taken as locally as possible. So whilst it will be a function of the Unitary Council, we are going to try our best to ensure that it is absolutely local, accessible to local people, easy for them to turn up to meetings and make representations, and they'll be confident that it's local councillors making those decisions in the vast majority of cases.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to add anything, Nick?
If district and borough councils want to run it through their scrutiny process, that is for district and borough councils. This is Leicestershire County Council proposing a new form of local government for Leicestershire. Run it through the borough councils, and then they can all get together and come up with their proposals. We will input give them whatever numbers they require, as long as they don't bog us down forever, because we're not exactly overrun with spare officer time here.
Okay, Terry Inan.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that this committee will put on record our thanks to Baroness Scott of Wiltshire, Simon Hennig from Durham and Adam Painter from Cornwall, because I think that they were very helpful in shaping this document. Now, I've been lobbied, as I would be, by academics, some of whom are not entirely happy with this, and some of them have referred to a document that was actually promoted in the Public Sector Executive about a year ago on some research looking at local government mergers. and using the kind of framework that they've put forward, I think the document very clearly suggests that we can improve capacity and effectiveness. The area that the academics are most concerned about is legitimacy. And the comments that they've made, and this is on the basis of research across Europe, is that municipal mergers and larger size in general have a negative effect on citizens' political trust in the local authority, and that increasing municipal size leads to a decrease in voter turnout and a decrease in citizen involvement. Now, part of my argument against that is that we're not actually increasing in size. I think that what we are promoting here is not a larger authority or covering a larger number of people, but we're actually so this isn't a kind of a horizontal merger, this is actually vertical integration. So that is kind of one of my comments that I make back to them. But I think that they do have some points that I hope that we are going to make clear in the way that we engage with this. And what I'd like to really understand from the officers is how they see. I think we've heard from Rosemary Whitelaw about the area planning committees, and I think that they do quite a lot to mitigate against this sense that we could lose legitimacy. I'd be interested to understand a bit more about how the area committees might help to mitigate against that, and how we are going to maintain citizen involvement in any new unitary structure.
One comment before we call Rosemary.
Just to go for the record, we did, having an academic was something that we did ask for. Alan Law pressed this, and we did take a number of soundings, and it was about finding someone with the right experience. That wasn't, I was advised that wasn't possible. Subsequently, I did receive notification from 2 academics that said they would have liked to have come, but they weren't asked. So I'm now of the view that we probably could have done more on that, get an academic view, and I'm interested that you've commented that you've had some responses, because I have as well, from academics who hold. Obviously, you know, they may have access to grind, but I think it is regrettable that we weren't able to hear from an academic, because it would have enhanced our scrutiny of the process.
Coming back on that, I did get back to my academics referring to this research, and I think as far as we're aware, having looked around, there hasn't been any research on what we are basically seem to be replicating is largely the Durham/Wiltshire model with the area committees. And I think looking at what I've seen, I think that the comments that we're getting from academics are based on horizontal mergers, getting much bigger and bigger in population size, rather than vertical integration. And thinking about the briefing we had yesterday from Health, who are desperately trying to defragment themselves from being 3 CCGs, one of the comments they made is that we can't do this integration without legislation, and we're just having to muddle through. And I think that this is possibly what we are struggling with as we do integrate. District services are integrating as far as they can, but they do struggle against the lack of legislation.
Nick?
On CCGs, they have a particular problem. They can amalgamate, but they still have to have 3 CCGs, which is just the law, which is a joke. I'm glad you recognise, Terry, that this isn't us trying to propose something that gets larger. It's proposing that we keep the same size as we are, but we just do more as one. And also to help with the perceived democratic deficit, don't forget we are proposing to double the amount of county councillors. Again, if you wanted to make a bigger saving, you could theoretically manage with what we've got, the 55, but we recognise that with more responsibility we might need more councillors. And also we do propose that where wanted, we do want to delegate down to parishes. Where parishes don't exist, you represent one, same as Michael. If you want one, you ask for one, you can have one, and have powers. But if you've got small parish councils like Hillary has, and they may not want the powers, we don't want to force feed them the powers.
Just on that point about numbers, I initially thought that was in the gift of initially in the gift of the authority, and it is to propose. But then somebody told me that in Buckinghamshire, the Secretary of State has actually said there has to be 3. So you're actually going from one. That I don't know how many that would be in our case. Well, it would be 165, wouldn't it? Which I can think back to the days when we had this. Michael Whitewood and David Bill remember we had the city. I think we had about 85 members then, and Rutland. Pardon? 93. I'm corrected. We're now facing a situation where we could have 165 if the Secretary of State said there had to be 3 for each division. That would be that. Some of the savings would go for starters, wouldn't it? If you had to have, imagine servicing 165 members of the council.
I think you'll find servicing 165 members is certainly a lot cheaper than servicing 7 chief executives.
Okay, point taken. Byron.
I just come in. I mean, I've been surprised by what's been suggested in Buckinghamshire. I think it was the previous Secretary of State for MHCLG who brought that in, but it hasn't been changed, as you rightly say. But take, for example, the other council we talked to a lot was Cornwall, who actually had 123 councillors currently do, and they're coming down to 87 because they've just done a review. Whereas I think, I'm right in saying, I could be corrected here, that Wiltshire have done a review and decided to stay with a similar number to what they've already got. 110 for Leicestershire, to me, seems to be about right, which would be, at present it's worked out on two councillors for each division, although there would be, I think, two divisions that would have 4 because of the nature of the boundaries. Of course, future boundary change could change all that and make them single member wards or single member divisions. But I do totally agree with Dr. Ryden's point, and I'm glad she's read through the criticisms being made by the academics, because it is actually a very different sort of proposal we're putting forward from the one that others have considered. And maybe those academics perhaps ought to take another look at it, and maybe they'll come to a different conclusion.
Okay, David Bill.
We talked earlier about local area committees and planning and local people being involved with the planning process. The problem is, of course, that however much local people, in fact, and their councillors want to influence planning matters, in the end, the heavy planning decisions invariably are sent up to the planning inspectorate. Therefore, it's a myth to think that those of us on planning committees, either here or the district, have in fact control over our affairs. It's a very limited room to manoeuvre, which is being reduced all the time by central government direction, and it's getting worse. And by concentrating on the process and whether we meet here, whether we meet there, we're overlooking the real problem, is that the sheer lack of involvement we have, and the reducing lack of involvement. I mean, we heard earlier about Stony Stanton and Sapkett, and that's an example where local people have taken a view, but in the end, the decisions that's going to affect them will be taken elsewhere, possibly taken by Whitehall, to some degree by County Hall, but more likely by Whitehall and people down there. And the other issue that we're not really addressing is this financial crisis that we face at county level. And I think it was Dan who mentioned that there was difficulties that the districts have with budgetary problems as well. So across the board, there is simply a lack of finance to do the work that we have to do and expected to do. And I'm wondering whether we're just playing at this and ignoring the fact that what we should be doing is pressing central government to make more funding available at all levels to ensure that public services remain at the standards that people want. I know these proposals say that this will help to some extent, but I do wonder whether this is just a stopgap before we're back on the problem of worrying about adult social care, children's social care, and all the rest of it. The only other thing I'd like to say at this stage is that I've been through numerous reorganisations, including the merger of the urban and rural districts, the formation of the county council. That came in before I was involved, but the tearing out of the city from the county council, and then obviously other changes as well. But each time there's been this change, the sheer destruction of public services, the disruption to public services, the disruption to member morale, employee morale, staff morale, people fighting for their own jobs, people having to sack each other. It's a terrible state of affairs which I wouldn't wish upon anybody again. And I think somewhere in this report I'm told that the proposal is to reduce the number of staff by 43%. Well, I don't know whether that figure is correct or whatever that might be, but if the numbers of staff either here or at districts is going to be drastically reduced, this is going to lead to a tremendous loss of morale, tremendous loss of experience, and we simply have to face up to the consequences of our own actions if we if we proceed along these lines.
Thank you, David. Do you want to comment on the staff?
Sure, I do, indeed. The only thing I can in the document doesn't particularly refer to redundancies at all. The only thing I can promise you, David, in terms of redundancies, is we will not need seven. We will not need 7 chief executives. I understand the worry about disruption. That is why it is transition and transform. So on day one, you won't be sacking anybody at all. What we need to do is get everything on board, look at it, and decide which is the best way to provide the services. And Baroness Scott said that, transition and transform, not just go in and get rid of loads of people. And also don't forget, I know this shows £30 million a year saving, which will be really, really useful to provide services for the people of Leicestershire. But it's not just about money. We mustn't just get bogged down that it's about money. It's about having a local authority that is fit for the future. This is our view of what we think is fit for the future. And on the planning, David, I know it's a particular problem. I know it's a big problem in Hinckley Bosworth, and it's difficult because, as you say, we get the NPPF, which is stuff handed down by government. Then we have local plans which are supposed to reflect it. And local plans have to keep being updated. And some districts are getting in difficulty. And I think your own district, David, may well be in a bit of difficulty with its local plan. The idea of this is you will start off, as we are, with the 7 local plans, but eventually you'll move forward to one big strategic local plan done professionally with the input from members, which will help you defend yourself from random planning applications, because that is what helps you. If you respect the NPPF and have a proper, up-to-date local plan, less and less things will end up with the inspectorate. Some, of course, will go straight to government, and I think the Sapcut big rail terminal goes to government. But, you know, I can moan about it, but that is the law. So what we need to do is transition to one big, professionally well-written local plan that reflects our aspirations for growth, people's aspirations to own and live in a home rather than rent maybe. Some may want to rent, but we look at it as a whole. We have it professionally done, we have it well-written, and then we can defend ourselves, David, from random applications where the local plan is weak or expiring, which I think is often the case at the moment in Hinckley Bosworth, so we can protect residents from it. And also then when you've got the big strategic local plan, of course the planning committees then consider applications but have to respect the local plan as you do now. So as you know, David, at a district council, my own, probably 150 applications a week, about 5 a month actually get to committee nowadays because they're dealt with under delegated powers, having regard to what is said in the local plan. You don't need to get involved in every blooming application. It's only the contentious ones get there. And if they do get there, at least you've got a good, strong document to defend yourself with, David, so they don't end up with the inspectorate.
Can you just come back quickly, Chairman? I'm not here to defend Hinckley and Bosworth. I'm here as a county councillor. But as you've raised it, Nick, the problem is that at district level, we agree planning consents on a massive scale, but we're faced with the fact that because of for whatever reason, probably the overall economic state of the country, builders are not taking up those options and they're not building them. That means that despite all the efforts to actually give planning consent, if they're not implemented, the blame then comes back on councils, as if somehow we could force builders to build. So we're doing our work here as well, but if it's not implemented, then there's nothing further we can do about it. Going back to redundancies, I think it's on page 32 where it lays out the reduction of the loss of jobs.
Page 32 in the Cabinet report.
say, David, while we're looking for those numbers, I don't want to get at Hinkley Bosworth. I wasn't particularly singling Hinkley Bosworth out, or you in particular, David. I was singling out where a local plan, as far as I'm advised at present, is in some difficulty. And your point about builders not taking up, in my view, and it is only my view, David, I'm again not getting at this administration of Hinkley Bosworth or the previous one, they put the SUEs in places where they were unable to be developed. So I think they erred in judgment when they allocated the areas for development, and that's why they're in a bit of difficulty. But we could argue all day about it, David, and I don't want to do that. You've been here a very, very, very long time. I hear what you say, and I've made a note of it. Have we found what David wants on page 32?
Do you want to comment, Declan, on the 40%?
Thank you, Chair. The 40% is actually related to the Dorset analysis. So Dorset divvied theirs up slightly differently. So what they did was they sort of focused specifically on middle management and said just for those middle management areas that were in scope, it'd be a 42% reduction. But that's included in the PwC report just by basis of a comparator. The overall reductions that it had were 14% for a single unitary, and again, that's just a subset, so that's just the corporate functions as opposed to the frontline services. So if you look at if you want some context for the Leicestershire proposal, the savings as a percentage of the overall budget's are 4%, so you're more of that sort of order of magnitude if you're looking at the councils in their entirety. If you start looking at specific teams, there will be specific teams that have more just because the work's no longer required. So for example, you only need to produce one statement of account instead of 8 statements of account. So it'll be individual teams will be hit harder, but that 42% relates to Dorset and just a small proportion of their overall savings.
Question? No.
No, with respect, if you read this very carefully, the 14% excludes middle management in Dorset. Now, I think our proposal also does the same. It doesn't include the same figure. And if you look at Dorset, 48% of middle management were removed. That's a normal process of business. If you look at a business that seems to be failing, the old method used to be you look at middle management, you take middle management out, and you pass more responsibility to the higher management and lower management. You pass the things down. And this is what our auditors have done in this case. It doesn't work local government. We've got a different animal here to what you have in a normal business. And this is what concerns me, is that they use a business model that used to be done years ago, which is no longer done, and referred that to local local authorities. It's a different setup entirely to what is in business. So anyway, that's my comment. But the figures here are not my figures. I
hear your point, but if I'm honest, Dave, Bill, I'd prefer to provide services rather than middle management. If it came to a matter of principle, I'd say let's protect the services, let's not protect the middle management.
People to do it. If you get rid of the people, you can't do the service.
Just bear in mind this is corporate functions, so finance, HR, legal, etc. This isn't the service lines that figure relates to. So this is purely the back office, where the analogy is more similar to businesses. This isn't talking about hitting the services this hard.
So has there been an assessment of frontline services in similar terms, what the impact is?
It's part of the overall sort of savings. So the service management administration's about sort of a 6% reduction. That was £8.5 million under the single unitary proposal. So you can see if the overall sort of proportions where you'd hit maybe something like back office about sort of a 20 to 30% reductions, the front line just gets hit a lot less. But as has been touched on before, because you've got less heads of kind of, I don't know, waste collection or planning, they get amalgamated into a bigger service. You can get away with less middle management and administration.
Okay, Brenda.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very good read, and I do very much like the examples that have been put there. These of shared services that we already do very well with the districts and the boroughs, as First Contact Plus, home care support, and so on and so forth. And I dare say there's a lot more areas that we could collaborate on. I think I've been involved in this for a long while, and I think it's about time that I sort of pin my colours to the sail and make up my mind. My only concern, and my main concern always has been this, and my only concern that's left are the area committees. It's just the localisation being taken out of it. But looking at the structure on page 46 with the step 1 to step 4, with the big conversation, the priorities, and I'm hoping that those priorities will be taken as a district or borough by borough. And sorry, it's on page 44 of the book, yeah. I think probably it's reached a stage now where it's a suck it and see kind of thing on how the area committees will work, and it depends on us, I think, as or the new members of the new council. It depends on the strength of the councillor, the new councillor in that area, to be able to represent their area and put their priorities forward. As with, I am already unitary council, as was already pointed out by Peter. I'm a triple hatter. I would find it very difficult to be a county councillor without being a parish councillor, because of all the little niggles that I get to hear about. And I would also find it very hard to be a county councillor without being a borough councillor. Again, it's that middle ground that it's very important for me to be part of. Parish councils, some of them in my area, are very small, and I think they would be, they could be encouraged to join with other small parish councils. I'm thinking of South Crowson, Barkby and Beeby, who find it very hard to get members at the moment. Even in Thurmaston, and I know Birstall struggles to get members. And I think it's because being a parish councillor, you haven't got much responsibility. And I think probably this would add responsibility. So you'd have some value as being a parish councillor. So I think if that's handled and sold and marketed in the right way, could be advantageous to parish councils. So I'm going to, as I say, pin my colours to the mast and say I support this, and it's something that we really have to go ahead with. The savings are extremely important, but it's not just the savings, it's getting services up and running without people falling through the cracks because of the overlapping services. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've made a statement. Oh, Byron, you want to respond?
Yes, I can say I'm very encouraged by the remarks you've just been made, because I know that Mrs. Seaton has spent a great deal of time and effort in studying this document and considering it. I share the same experiences that she's had with parishes. As it happens, I used to. My old division had 14, and with boundary changes, I came down to 12. And one of them is a decent size, 3,000 population. My smallest has only got 52 on the electoral roll. I think it's probably the smallest in the country, Garthorpe and Coaston. And they keep it going because they've been going since 1894. They're not seeking extra powers. Their main, but they do give me. They do certainly do engage with me. There are 5 of them on the parish council, particularly over respect of flooding issues, which is an acute problem at the moment. So I don't think that a council like that will change very much. Whereas the larger ones, my largest one is Bottisford, might well be able to do more things, and they're all seeking to want to do more things, particularly with regard to village maintenance and those sorts of things which we're partly responsible for, and the borough of Melton in that case are partly responsible for. So I think there are huge opportunities here, but these will all come about when the new unitary gets going, if it gets going, which I hope it will, because it will develop these opportunities. And of course you can put forward ideas and pack this document out with more and more of it, but what we're doing here is putting forward a strategic document which outlines the opportunities that the new unitary would have, and this is one field which I think could be very good and extremely beneficial. Can I just before I stop speaking, there was a number of remarks have been made by Mr. Bill on the financial situations and the division of finances between districts and county. These will just disappear in a unitary because there would be one budget. And there are enormous distortions, by the way. There are not only distortions of allocation of finance across the country and the whole spectrum of local government, which, as you well know, we've talked about many times in the past, but there are also distortions between the balance between districts and counties, and that frequently leads to disputes and problems as well. All those disappear when you've got a single tier authority, and that's bound to be beneficial, I think, to everyone concerned.
One brief point that Brenda made, which I think is very, very relevant. I serve on Ashby Town Council. Very political. Everybody stands. Every ward is contested. I go to some of my parishes, and because there are so little powers and so little things they can do, I mean, mainly they cut a bit of grass and talk about the village fete. But if there was more things that were given to them, I think you would get more interest in people in standing, because they would have more influence on their little village. But also I need to remember that I've got Hillary, who's got some very tiny ones where they might struggle. So you're not going to compel them. You're just going to say, if you want to, you can have. And then you've got Brenda, who's got Thurmaston, an absolute perfect candidate for more powers. And of course the other point she made is it is important that you do have good county councillors, and I'm not blowing smoke at you, Brenda, but you are a good county councillor who represents Thurmaston. What we would do if we do get this through, I think it would even help here that you would get more county councillors who are more engaged. I'm not going to pick on anybody who's not engaged, but some are more engaged than others, shall I say. So I think a new unitary where you're not a triple hatter, you're just two hatter, would help with the quality of members recruited here. For a start off, there will be a bigger pool. If we only take 110 here, and we've got like, how many have we got now? 400 councillors? 300 and something. We should be able to get the best out of those 300 and something. And that will mean, I would imagine, that some of us won't get selected for the new unitary council. That's what's happened in previous places. That's what's happening in Buckinghamshire. But hopefully the cream rises to the top and we get the better county councillors, especially when it comes to these area committees.
Just on your point about parishes, the majority of contact is obviously matters relating to highways and the environment. Members will know. And I'm not saying anything I haven't said before during the process. The reality is that the cuts over the last 7 or 8 years have actually made it more difficult for parishes. So huge barriers have been put in their ways of doing things. So for example, if they want to do a highway scheme, they have to take out indemnity insurance, they have to put down 500 quid before highways will even meet with them. And a lot of things have been done, necessitated by budgetary, that actually mitigate against parish councils taking on more powers. And you know, the grass cutting is a key example where the response you get, well, why don't you take it on, is, well, the county council will pay us a pittance and we'll have to find money of our own, and it won't come anywhere near like the real costs of doing it, which is true. And I think, you know, you when pushed on this before, Nick, you said, well, if it's something we're going to do anyway, then we'll fund them to do it. But of course, what many parishes want to do is above and beyond that. They want to do a bit more, do things better than what we can do. And I still think this is a major challenge to getting them involved. And it's essentially the issue of the resources that are available in highways and transport. And I still see this as a major challenge to working with parishes. The red tape, the bureaucracy, the centralisation that's taken place in recent years mitigates against what we would be trying to achieve.
To answer that directly, is yes, environment and transport have taken probably as much more cuts than anybody else. It is my policy, as soon as money is available, and we are putting some money this year back into helping liaison with parish councils and councillors, that we are, I think we're putting 800,000 odd in. As an administration, I would want to put a lot more money back into environment and transport, because it's been an easy place to make the savings. We couldn't make the savings on children. We couldn't make the savings on adults. You know, that's the social stuff, the really important stuff. So the savings have come from environment and transport. Can I just ask Simon to just run through a page on here about how we're going to, not to counter, but to inform? Simon.
Yeah, so I referred earlier to conversations we had earlier in the year with parish and town councils, and that was focused around developing a devolution framework, was the language. So I'm referring to page 51, so section 3.5. So that sets out the ambitions for both parish and town councils, and exactly as the leader says, this provides an opportunity to see more devolved power going to town and parish councils, and to create parishes and towns where they don't exist at the moment. And paragraph 353 just sets out some principles that those parish councils that were involved in those conversations set out. And they talked about the opportunity to empower those local councils, that they ensure that they provide services that reflect the demands of local communities, that they can devolve when value for money can be demonstrated. So again, there's lots of areas that both the county and the town and parishes looked through as part of where we could devolve more power. But again, in paragraph 355, it does recognise that the unitary council would need to provide funding and support where that devolved power existed.
Kevin Felton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll start with the nitty-gritty, which I often do with these documents. I found the spelling mistake. Page 60. It's the heading actually of that paragraph. That's 436. We have a cost of conducting collections as opposed to elections. Minor point, I know, but I suppose it demonstrates how much I felt this was an important document and how I needed to read every single word, which I have done several times. I think it was very useful having the pointing out. I'd already seen it, of course, but in fact, pointing out again today is that diagram on page 17. It's particularly relevant. I am a dual-hatted in that I am also a parish councillor, but not a district councillor, and I have. I've been chairman of my local parish council for about 5 or 6 years now. Now, in all that time, until very recently, I still used to treat being the chairman and parish councillor very much through the eyes actually of a county councillor. So it's been commented to me that when we have our meetings, I chair it, but I tend also to be also responding to any questions we've got from the public. And my clerk, who is excellent, feeds me the information, but it tends to always come through me. And I've learnt recently, one of my other parishes has just taken on a brand new clerk, and I did encourage her. I said, if you get any questions, by all means feed them to me, thinking, I can answer these questions dead easy. Not true at all. And that diagram on page 17 shows exactly why. It is totally confusing for someone coming new into a parish council job as a clerk, just what they have to do. There are leaves on the pavement. Who do I contact? Presumably it's county council because they mend the pavements. No, it's district council. Waste collections. Oh, yeah, I know the district comes to collect them. So presumably they get rid of it all and all the recycling. No, that's county. It goes on. I mean, we've talked about it before, but there is total confusion. And I think part of the page, in fact, that Simon's just gone through, that page 51, it isn't just a matter, I think, of offering parishes the opportunities to take more responsibility. It's actually also being able to link with them in partnership. One of the things that Harbour District Council does, and I don't know if others do this, is they have a parish liaison officer. And it's recently changed because the lady before had maternity leave, but the new lady that's taken on, I mean, she's extremely, I mean, it may just be that they're very concerned, but some of the Section 106 amounts that we've had in our parishes hasn't yet been spent after a couple of years. They want to make sure that we are doing something to make sure it will obviously ultimately progress down to benefiting the community. But doing a huge amount of work to help, and this new clerk in particular, to get through obviously the application forms are extremely complicated, obviously they always are, but to make sure it's all done properly. So I think it's important that it isn't just a matter of giving the town councils opportunities for responsibility, but actually also liaising with them, actually generally engaging. I mean, Simon, our chairman, has mentioned this idea of £500 being charged every time you want to see someone from highways. I mean, that is not helpful. It may be the case that we've got to do it because of the monetary reasons, and I take that on board. But that, in a way, builds this barrier between, oh, that's county, they got to charge us, whereas you then get this district person offering all this help. There's something got to be done there, I think, and I appreciate everything that's in this page, and I think it really is a fantastic opportunity with the unitary authority, should it go ahead, that we go and really build on those basic grassroots level. The only other thing I want to mention about this is also I've been very heavily involved in neighbourhood planning, and it is quite clear that provided one goes through all the various stages, and again, huge amount of bureaucracy, of course, but of making sure that neighbourhood plan, if you're lucky in our case, we had our neighbourhood plan made 2 years ago now for our community. The district then local plan got approved about a year later. We now had what I call 2 of the ducks in a row. The third one is been mentioned, I know, by David Bill, is the fact that we also had made sure, or the district did, that they had adequate housing supply a number of years. It's over 7 years now. When it was less than 5 years, every single thing that came up, basically, if it got refused by the planning authority, went straight to inspector, who invariably found, oh no, sorry, you haven't got this. Now we've got the 3 ducks in a row. We've just been able to actually have 2 planning applications, one for 22 homes, which, you know, the other one for 400. Both refused by the district. One has also gone to the planning inspector and also got refused because we had neighbourhood plan, we had local plan, and we had 5-year supply. And I'm hoping the other one, if it ever gets to appeal, will go the same way. So there are things you can do, but it's at that local level. It really is down at that level, and we must be sure. And here, the County Council, I have to say, are very supportive of neighbourhood planning. I mean, I respond quite a lot with the officer concerned. Extremely good about that. But it just shows we have to do that in the future as well. Unitary shouldn't negate the fact that we now have all this responsibility to assist at all levels, and it is the people who ultimately pay the council tax that we have to look at. And parish and town councils, and particularly neighbourhood plans. At the moment, the way it's where the rules are, you have to go with it. And I think they are. I really do encourage people, if they haven't had neighbourhood plans in their area, they really need to do it. It does provide a certain amount of protection. So, I mean, you probably guess from my words that I've said, I am very much in favour of this particular business case. I have been promoting it widely where I can. I haven't actually had a huge amount of negativity from parishes. I found that on the whole they're open to the discussion and they're open to debate about it. So I really do feel that this is the way we have to go forward. Thanks.
Nick.
On the £500 charge to parish councils, is I'm not sure whether it's a flat charge or is it a bond that you pay? I mean, personally, I've had the same amount of complaints. I would suggest, Kevin, that when we scrutinise the budget, that emerges from scrutiny, because it's certainly something that I find not so much for Ashby de la Zouch, you know, big council game, but some of the little parishes where their budget perhaps is only. I've got parishes where the budget is £2,000 a year, you know, so it's 25% of their precept. I would certainly like, if we have money, to see it eradicated. But things like that with this, on a lot of matters, the transition and transform is key. So if a district council in the past had a good policy, the county had a good policy, so long as you can afford it, that could form part of the new policy. Transition and transform. So when you get everything goes together. Day one, what you want to do is day one, nobody should notice any difference whatsoever. Because the worst thing to do would be not to pick up Mrs. Jones' bin because she has it on a Tuesday and across the road happen to be in Northwest who pick up on a Thursday. You've got to carry on with that to start with. So that's why there's very few savings in the short term and bigger savings in the long term. And as you transition and transform, you can choose the policies and you can also choose the level of savings you want to make. So if you want to make big savings, you can, but if you want to provide lesser savings and more services, you can. But the principle of a single authority is entirely sound and for the future.
Okay, thank you. Rosita. No.
Oh, there it goes. Thank you, Chairman. Like many people, I fear changes, uncertainty and challenges. And I think that is what it is. There are many things here I probably even disagree with, and I have certain disappointments. But I think we need to look to the future. And I applaud the leader for having a vision and the foresight and having given us the chance to put a document together. Because at the end of the day, we all know that a unitary authority could have been enforced on us. And having something enforced with having nothing in place is even more fearful to me than facing changes. Now, I feel that every opportunity has been given to members at this authority to have an input. They still can put question forward, the chairman has offered, but yet I feel in a way that it has been a certain few but not really used by the many. So I think there is still a chance for people who feel that they want some questions answered or make some suggestions, that they can do so by using the process. I also feel that many or some members have not actually read all of the paperwork, and what I think, in my humble opinion, is that everywhere it says this is a draft strategic business case. Emphasis on draft, emphasis on strategic and division. So therefore, I would be hoping that if we are mindful as a full council to accept this document and buy into that there is change for some alteration, or as the leader just said, when there is a transition and a transformation stage, to actually alter things, or, you know, there is flexibility. And I think that flexibility and that reassurance should be given to members before they sign into this. My other point is that we are all supposed to be community leaders. So if we are community leaders, there has been an awful lot of discussion over the districts and the input and whatever else. Now, I can only speak for myself, but my leader has assured me that should this document be accepted at the county council, that we as a district can make a position and have a vote and debate this. So I think it is up for other dual-headed members to actually face their leaders and ask the leaders why they haven't been taken into that process. Because the leaders had letters from here, they had this document, they had the opportunity, yet the 5 leaders. Very nice little tune, Bill. Yeah, happened to me once. But the leaders had an opportunity to share this with their members. But yet, as far as I understand, leaders have not necessarily done so. And the other day, a statement was issued which was agreed by the 5 leaders at my council, saying that the council wouldn't buy into it as it isn't in the interest of the benefits and whatever. Yet, nobody had asked me how I feel about it as an elected member. That decision was made by the leaders. And I think, therefore, it is up to us as councillors to challenge our leaders so they don't just make a decision on our behalf and, you know, look and actually evaluate a way forward. Sorry, 7 leaders, sorry. Got carried away. So I think there is something we can do that we can encourage, because as I always say, you can only lead a horse to water, but maybe we should make that horse drink, because that is also our responsibility. My last point is the vision. I've shared the vision with my parishes, and my parishes unanimously all buy into that vision because they like a streamlined process. They are not actually interested. I've showed them the document and I asked if they would like to be talked through, but they said no. They don't need to know the details. That's what I'm there for. What they need to know is a reassurance that that vision is put forward and that we buy into that vision, and anything that streamlines the process, anything that saves money should be welcomed. So I've even had some members of my parishes write to the leader putting that forward, and some of my parish councils have totally signed into this. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm willing, I'm open-minded. If the district come forward with something, which they obviously are not going to do, I'm willing to listen to that. But as I have got nothing else before me at this point, I think it is prudent to have a vision we can sign on to, we can work up to, and we can move forward with.
Thank you, Rosita. I think that's set out your position very clearly. I don't think you need a response to any of that. Okay. Right, I've just got now Alan Pearce, and then I've got 2 members that want to come back. So, Alan.
Our government in guidance has a number of models that they brought up, so they've not been quite precise in that. So that's number one. I think a number of months ago, even before, quite a few months ago, I brought up issues on a paper as well from Durham, because I spent a lot of time there, which had major concerns of the loss of democracy, the loss of sight of places like Peterlee, which were potentially ignored because of the size of the unitary. So my debate is about local democracy, listening to people, not losing that. I go to a number of residents groups, and you've been there, you get the same 5 or 6 turn up sometimes, and they don't necessarily represent the local thought processes and the local needs of what needs to be achieved. So that is another barrier we have to, I believe, be careful when we talk about town, because we had a town committee that I think Byron was there with it, and I think it was a waste of space and it didn't work for us. So we need to be very careful. I just want to change the tack a little bit, because too much here we're talking money, finance. And one of the easiest things of this organisation throughout the country and bigger organisations, we have developed this on an audit trail. Audit is very easy. They do it in operations now. What goes in, what comes out, let's count it, and that's okay. Very different when you're dealing with human services and people. Audit systems normally fail, and they're very difficult to control and organise. So we don't want to lose the big picture by focusing. We need to look at how we present these services, how best we provide locally, and listen. Now, one of the other issues with bigger organisations, I've dealt with them for many years, is we don't want Leicestershire to become another earpiece for central government and making decisions that actually our local residents may not agree with. So we actually do represent what our residents and I won't use citizen, sounds a bit too communist to me, but so I call them residents. So I guess it's keeping that in touch with what goes on in a wonderful, diverse Leicestershire, as we all aware, from Melton Mowbray to the north to Harborough. We're all literally different, thank God, and we've got so much to offer. And I'm really passionate not to lose that and lose that listening. And one thing the local district councils, and they're not good at everything, I'm not saying that you have a little bit more representation, more people to contact, and local people don't feel more distant. And that's my concern. And that has happened because I travel, I talk to people, and it's not just talking to the leader or the bot, it's talking to people down the line, residents and shopkeepers who say, I don't think we're being listened to since we've changed because we've got bigger. The final thing I'd like to say is, just to make you aware that we have to be careful, is recently, I think it was last year, that 1,000 radiologists were given x-rays to look at. And the researcher put on that x-ray quite a picture of a gorilla. Believe it or not, 86% of the radiologists did not see the gorilla. They were looking just at the finer points. 86 didn't see it. And when it was pointed out about the other 14%, the other 86% tried to convince them that the gorilla that was on the x-ray wasn't there. So the moral of that point is we have to see the big picture. Thank you.
Do you want to come back, Nick?
Sure, Chairman, thank you. What I can say to Alan is that there is no real guidance from government. What he said is that new authorities have to be well in excess of 340,000. But the one thing you can rest assured on, there is definitely a move away from two-tier. Nobody has invented two-tier for a very, very long time. And as people have said earlier on, if you sat down with a clean sheet of paper, you wouldn't invent two-tier. A lot of people don't turn up at your town meetings or your parish meetings, Alan, in some of the smaller areas, because they know when they get there, the people in the room have no power to decide anything at all. If the people in the room had delegated powers and could make decisions, you would get more people turn up. And then finally, that's also why the area committees are important, with power. And then finally, Alan, as you pointed out, this isn't necessarily all about savings. There are savings. There are more savings if you want them. There are less savings if you don't want them. This is a middle-of-the-road approach which we've taken. You could take a harsher approach and develop more savings, or you could sacrifice savings and provide more services. So transition and transform. If you follow our roadmap, it saves a minimum of 30 million. And that is with transitioning. If you want to make more or you want to make less, that will be for the new council when it is established, of which none of us necessarily will be members, to make the decision. But I can guarantee you one thing. This document is in the best interests of the people of Leicestershire to have one single county, one single council representing us all. And then Byron's got something for you, Simon.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I think Alan's made some very good points, by the way. Just on the town council for a moment. I mean, we certainly the experience of Melton, and now Alan's experience is the same as mine at Melton. We've always found it tricky to manage the very local services delivered in the town of Melton Mowbray, which are delivered in the rural areas by the parish councils, and separating those out in a sensible way from the services which are across the whole district, and also making sure that there's no a sort of leakage of money between the two areas and so on, that sort of thing. The advantage, of course, in having a town council is that is that the people who sit on it would be elected and have the same status as parishes elsewhere. In fact, they have an enhanced status because it will be a town council, which tends to have a little bit more. And I think that, I mean, people at Melton Mowbray would have to make their minds up on that. But I believe from my knowledge and conversations in the town over many years that will probably be welcomed. Because that's what they've tried to get, but through the present system of the borough council, which has never been very successful to set up an arrangement. The other point he makes about independence of local government, I couldn't agree more on that. Local government, to my mind, needs to have much more delegated to it and devolved to it, so it becomes a different structure, and we're far too centralised in this country. And this is one of the reasons for putting this forward, as you know. And the final point about audit systems, I mean, PwC are financial auditors, but also, of course, do mental management work as well. There are many audit systems in this country, like the CQC, for example, who look at performance of and efficiency of systems. So an audit system, I think services provided by a new single-tier authority would perform very well against the scrutiny that those bodies would bring to it. So I've no fear of problems with eventually with audit.
Okay, thank you. Everyone has spoken now, with the exception of Mr. Barclay, who indicates he wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I think a lot of the comments that are made today are correct. I think local government isn't going to stay in the same format that it is now. I think a huge amount of work has gone into this document. I think from my point of view, we do need that big conversation. We do need all to work together. Really, our positions as councils are not as irrelevant. What we're looking to do is provide better services for residents with their cooperation, with their consultation. I think this is a start of a journey. We will have to adapt and possibly change it almost inevitably, no matter what we decide. Things are going to change. We can see almost on a daily basis things are evolving. But the one thing I think that is clear is that the present structure of local government is unlikely to remain. But I think we have time to talk and to develop possibly even better than that was in this document. But I don't think we should shy away from conversations, common sense, evolution rather than revolution, and cooperating with each other to make it work for the people of Leicestershire. It's as simple as that. This isn't, for me, this isn't the end. This is the very, very start of the journey. And everybody, all officers, all councillors in all levels of government need to talk. I don't want to get silo it, but with that, we must do that. We've got to do that. I really do think this is the start of a journey. And I have nothing else to say than that. I think the tremendous amount of work gone into this, admirable, but we still need to work. There's a lot more work to go. This is just the beginning.
I thank Tom for that. I mean, the present system may not be broken, but it certainly isn't fit for purpose. And I say to you guys here, this is our vision for what we think the new system should look like. So if we all admit the present system is broken or not fit for purpose, as Tom says, this is Leicestershire County Council's idea of what the future should look like.
Okay, thank you. Right, we've got a couple of members who want to come back. Michael Wyatt, you wanted to come back.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of things I want to just go through. First of all, I'd like to thank the leader for supporting the idea of a town council for Coalville. I think we certainly need to progress on that. The reason why I can't really support the document is because I don't think it's really ambitious enough. If it was me, I would keep the district councils, but abolish the counties and go for a regional elected assembly for the East Midlands. I think that's the way we should be moving forward. The West Midlands, East Midlands, we need a greater identity, and we haven't got one. And I really do think we're missing an opportunity to go down that road of regional government. But the district councils have a connection with local people. The county do not have that. That's a reality. If you talk to people in Colville, they relate to the district, not to the county. So, as Zita said about scrutiny, I've asked for it to go to scrutiny at the district council, and I think members ought to ask for it to go to scrutiny, because I don't think any of the district councils at the moment have scrutinised this sort of document, because I think that's really important. But the county needs to realise its days are numbered, and I think people understand that. But we need to look at the bigger picture, and taking away local democracy like district councils would be the wrong way to do it. I believe you should be a bit more ambitious. Abolish the county, abolish Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire, make a regional assembly, get a proper elected assembly to represent that area. You'd be a lot stronger.
I can entirely disagree with him on getting rid of the counties and having a regional assembly. I think that would be a disaster. I thank him for his support of a Colville Town Council. I think it is important. People maybe in Colville relate to North West as their council because it is in Colville and they think it is Colville Council. Well, it isn't, and it could be. Those offices could be Colville Town Council. So I thank him for his general support for Colville Town Council. You can have it at North West Leicester District Council offices if they were so desirous. I don't support elected regional assemblies, and I again say, in my view, this is the best, only document at present that sets out a future for the people of Leicestershire and the services provided to them.
Dan, you wanted to come.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We've all spent a lot of time talking about services, and the longer I've sat here, the more prominent everybody's speech is all about services. And when I reflected and thought, well, the district councils, do they provide 50, 60, 70%? They provide 15%. This county council provides 85% of services. So in my mind, it's not that they're doing a huge undertaking, it's 15% delivery. And when you talk about democracy, I know Michael's comments, but you know, I've canvassed for years and years and years, and I've canvassed recently, and people aren't identifying with anybody really. There's so many divisions, I think it's just so out of the way to think that they only identify with a district council, that they know that district council, and it only provides 15% of all the services. And with the area committee and with the local councillors being members, as they are now, the district, sitting and doing planning, I think it's covered a lot of the key areas. But I think we've got to be realistic. 15% delivery. We deliver 85%. So in my mind, this transition isn't going to be an enormous task. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, okay. Now...
Can I just come back?
Yeah, just hold on 1 minute, I'll give you the last word. I did say that if there were any other members who are not members of this committee wish to make a comment, and we have got 2 members here, do either of you wish to make a comment? You may not. You've obviously listened this morning to what's been said, and you have your say later at full council. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you were happy with that. I'm going to give the last word to Rosita, and then Nick might want to sum up. I think there's one issue that's come out of this discussion which I think just members want to reflect on. This suggestion that the leader be asked to send a letter to the district leaders saying, you know, I mean, they're going to be aware of this document, aren't they? But basically just setting out the process between now and the county council meeting and saying if they do wish to make any representations or any comments, we would need to receive them I would say at least 10 days before the county council meeting, in order that they can be circulated and made available to members. Are you all in agreement that we at Scrutiny we ask the leader to do that? And if we do, Nick, are you willing to do that? You did indicate that if we asked you, you would.
The only thing is they sent me their letter. I think it was marked private and confidential again. They have had the document. As everybody's rightly pointed out, nearly everybody here is a twin hatter. Some members on the county council are already district leaders. I mean, I can write to them if it was desirous, but I know what their opinion is, because they've told me. What I would have preferred them to do is to come up with a document similar to this, so we could have seen both. This document has been prepared at great personal time and expense of the county council, and hopefully will represent the settled view of the county council that this is what we think the way forward is. Hopefully the Secretary of State will say, yes, that's a great document, and compel all levels of local government to get together to enact it. So, you know, they're not going to come up. This has taken us, 18 months, I think, of work, of senior officer time. We've not brought anybody in, but it's taken up senior officer time. I don't think they could come up with anything within 2 weeks that would have any meaning whatsoever. And yet they've known we're doing it. Having said that, if you want me to write to them, I can do.
Right, okay. Kevin?
Dan made the point earlier. I've not seen it, but the letter apparently is from 7 people, the leaders. I'd like to know what the other 300, whatever it is, district councillors think. And I think you made that point. I think that's the problem we've got so far. We've had 7 people's opinion, happen to be agreeing with each other. It's turkeys voting for Christmas. And I really think we ought to have each of the district leaders really be going out to their own councillors to have a discussion about it. Because that's what I gather has not been happening. It's just 7 people. Let's have the other people's opinions.
Okay, I think we're getting into that's for districts. We can't tell them what to do. All we can do is make sure there is an awareness of this document as widely as possible. Right, Rosita.
Yes, there's something I've forgotten. In my previous life, I've dealt with a lot of parish councils. I might have my figures wrong, but I believe in Leicestershire are just over 200 parish councils, and over 90 of them are in the Harbour district. Now, in the document, we're talking about strengthening and empowering parish councils, but not compelling. I think that is extremely laudable. I like parish councils because they can feed in from a lot of other members are, and I see some nodding around here. Now, whilst I appreciate that parish councils need to have accreditations, but if we're looking at us as county councillors or as district councillors, we are subject to a lot of restriction, a lot of code of conduct, there are guidelines, and powers can be enforced, yet that same principle doesn't apply with parish councils. Should they have additional enhanced powers, I think this document and we as councillors need to seek and ensure that there are some guidelines and enforcement powers to ensure that parish councils do adhere to the process. And I would like that to be put on record. The other thing which I am very, very concerned about, and I think other members are too, and it hasn't been mentioned, is if tomorrow we are mindful, and there should be enforced on us a unitary, and just say we are in that, it is the role of a member. Now, the bigger a organisation gets, the more delegation keeps being put forward, and the more it tends to be another party, an officer party comes into being. And I like to see under the unitary role more how the role of a member enhanced, and that to be looked at, rather than it says a lot of delegation to officers, but it doesn't explain the role, the powers and the enhancement of members. And I think before this document, and I would like this to be put on record as well, to see some more made of the role of a member. And otherwise, congratulations to everybody on this document.
Okay, Simon, on parish councils, there is no compulsion to accept powers. Simon will tell you what powers are in the document. If they want powers, Simon will tell you in a minute what the powers are. And one thing which I think we called it, this is not a bigger authority. This is the same authorities that are around now. It's just one authority. Nobody's proposing, apart from Michael, that is, to take in other areas. This is just one authority for Leicestershire, so it's not a bigger authority. So if Simon can answer about the no compulsion, and I think Rosemary's got something to add. Simon.
Thank you. Yeah, again, back to section 3.5, parish and town councils. Paragraph 356 talks about appropriate governance and monitoring arrangements would need to be put in place in order to provide the reinsurance where increased devolved power was in place, and it makes reference to a greater willingness to devolve services to councils which are accredited through the local council award scheme run by the National Association. I'd also make the point that in conversation with many town and parish councils, they recognise in order to receive more devolved powers, they need to look at how they're made up, their own terms of reference to their own constitutions, and the way they govern is something that they would need to look at as well in order to benefit where they wanted to from more devolved power.
If I may come back, Simon, when we had the head of the Parish Councillors Association and Jake were here, both of them are in agreement with that. But they did say that they do have a carrot, but they do not have that stick, and it needs to be enforced. So I think while we can make the rhetoric, but we need that enforcement power, which should come with working with those organisations and to take it to a national level.
Just quickly respond to that, Chair. So again, the document talks about the need for a clear and agreed business case, and of course governance and control and assurance would be as part of that business case for devolved powers to go to a parish and town council.
Members' roles, me. So just to clarify, page 39 of the business case, 3.2.9 and 3.2.10 cover the enhanced role that we're proposing for the unitary councillor. And in particular, we're talking about it being an enhanced role compared to the current county or district councillor role in terms of supporting the council's strategic direction and having a higher profile community leadership role. And we do explain what we mean by that. So in terms of sort of like supporting the strategic direction, what we mean is ensuring that the vision's understood and supported by partners so that wherever possible there's unity of purpose across the public sector. And where we're talking about the role of community leaders, there's quite a few things about enabling citizens to build capacity within their community and that sort of thing. And obviously there'd be some sort of officer support to help you do that, but we definitely recognise that that's a more enhanced role. And I've looked at Wiltshire most closely when I was coming up with this role, so this is based on what Wiltshire unitary councillors are like.
And to reflect that increased responsibility, and there will be a lot more work for the new unitary councillor. That is why we propose to increase the basic allowance. And in the round, it's a combination of the basic allowance here and the basic allowance of the district council. So I think a figure has been come up with, but it does reflect the fact that you will have don't think you're just going to be a unitary councillor and you'll be doing the same. You'll be doing a lot more and have more responsibility. So the basic allowance is increased to what, 16,000, whereas at present it's 10. So we have to come up with a figure, to work out the numbers and such, but it will be subject to a review by, you know, the independent panel.
Yes. That is very laudable, but for instance, I'm a unitary councillor now. I deal with all of these things, and it's not about the money for me. It is about when I have a decision that or something that I get recognised as a councillor, that we get heard and that we have a far better working relationship with officers to carry out that role. And I think that is the only thing which, in my opinion, isn't quite reflected within the document. So, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Rosita. Right, I think we're just looking through these bullet points. We have covered the vision statement in the case. We've talked at some length about services, the member role and the governance. Probably haven't talked in too much detail about savings, but that is the document states that that's what it's capable of achieving, and PwC have evaluated that. And then there's a look at the 2 unitary councils option, and then transition and transformation. Does anybody else wish to raise any more matters? Right, so I think we're concluding that we've done our job in terms of looking at this revised document. We're very, very privileged this morning to have Mo Sidat as our minute taker and head of Democratic Services. We don't normally have Mo at these meetings, but he's been taking very detailed notes, which will form the basis of our response to the Cabinet. And what will happen is, as you know, we have another meeting in a week's time. They will be written up so that we can just have a quick look at those and endorse them as our response and comments to the Cabinet. Anything you think that's been missed at the meeting next week before we agree to send them. So you will see what's been written up and members' comments, questions and points raised this morning. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I'm looking at I'm looking at page 13 of our agenda, which obviously the cabinet has presumably approved the 2A, B and C, or like A, B and A actually, but that's one that Kevin missed.
Missed it, yes.
Yep.
Failed.
What I am asking is, will this be written up in a way which says that the Scrutiny Commission today was in general agreement with the draft business case? Because several of us have severe reservations, to say the least, which Michael has expressed, but I think several of us share. So I'm asking really for an assurance that the case for and against was set out.
It's a summary of the points that have been raised this morning and the responses that have been given. We haven't put this to the vote in terms of, my sense would be, based on the number of members that have spoken, is that there would be a majority for endorsing this document. However, there are a number of issues that have been raised across by different members, that either points that are not absolutely clear in terms of how it's going to work or function, or where, particularly I think Rosita's final comments, where she's asking for further things to be considered. Now that will be reflected, but if you're suggesting that the members wish not to endorse the document, I think my suggestion is that we wait and see what's written up at the meeting next week, and then we have to decide whether to send that, whether you want to support as an individual member sending that as our response to the Cabinet. So you will see that final document, and then you can say you have an opportunity to say whether you support that or not. Is that okay? As a way forward?
Chairman, if I may add, for members to cast their eyes to page 78.5, there is the methodology of the two unitary councils for Leicestershire, which nobody has discussed yet. There was reference made at several times that no case was worked up. So this is something for members to look at and reflect on until the next one, because it has been worked up, it has been compared, and so I think that might be something well worth for you to also look at.
Are you okay with that, David, as a way forward, that we'll final decision of what we say to the Cabinet will be based on the write-up of the notes this morning, and members will either have an opportunity to endorse those or not. Okay? Thank you. Nick?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to do it. Did you want me to say a few marks? Are you finishing with this now?
Yeah, sorry, if you want
just
to
in my view, this sets out, as I said earlier, a vision, a new council fit for the 21st century, replacing all 8 councils in Leicestershire and replacing it by one. This is Leicestershire County Council's vision, and we shouldn't be afraid of picking up the baton, the challenge set by government, and show leadership. Something is going to happen. I think we all know that the present system will not, cannot and should not survive. I think this is a great vision for the future of Leicestershire. It's risky for us, risky for me to be proposing it, but I do truly think it is in the best interest of the people of Leicestershire and the services we provide to them. And I thank you all for the comments, both positive and, to be fair, negative, but at least I've received the comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming this morning and responding to all the questions and compliments and criticisms. Rosita, you want to come back again?
No, I only want to say, Ken Byron, Councillor Rhodes, are you coming to this afternoon session?
Hang on, you're getting ahead of yourself. Let's just finish this this item, because actually we're going to carry on before lunch and do the next item.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought we were going for lunch.
Anything else you want to add, Nick?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Can I thank everyone for coming this morning. What I'm proposing to do now, before lunch, in order to minimise having to work on all afternoon, I know some members have other commitments, is to deal with the next item, which is the consultation on the County Council's priorities, and that's why the correct officers that we need for that report have been asked to come along before lunch. We thought we could deal with that, then have lunch, and then we've got 2 more items to do at 2 o'clock. We should aim to try and be finished by about 3 o'clock. I'm afraid it was always the case that we would be unlikely to get the agenda completed this morning. Byron?
I know this falls in my portfolio, but I think this is an information item that you want to be updated on, isn't it? As I see it.
What we're having, as I understand it, is feedback on the outcome of the consultation and the conclusions reached on that. Yeah, we're not really being asked to take any decision or make a response at this stage. I think that it is really to inform us for our work on the MTFS.
So you don't need me there.
No.
Thank you.
The Deputy Chairman says no.
Unless you want to.
Can I suggest we change the top table then? Oh, except Declan, you're staying for the next item, aren't you? for this. Is that right?
I think it's going to take us about 5 or 10 minutes to set the
Okay,
slides up.
we'll have a quick comfort break then, shall we? Should we be back for just before 22? Yes, we are. The officers need time to set up. Quick comfort break.
results in the middle here are those comparable results. And it's a similar outlook, although the base number of responses for that consultation in January was lower, less than 200. But it's encouraging that the responses broadly correlate. If we look at the result from 2013, we can see the appetite for council tax increases has risen, and we've seen that nationally in research, that people are more prepared to pay for services than they have been in the past. And actually over 30% back in 2013 didn't want any council tax increase, so quite a marked difference. We also asked questions about different ways of raising income beyond council tax. So the most popular option was to continue our campaign for fairer funding from government. Also attracting businesses and investment to the area was popular, as well as exploring commercial opportunities to generate income. There's still quite a lot of support for more investment in land, property and other assets, but there's a higher proportion of people there that are saying they neither agree or disagree. And when we look at the comments, it's very much about they're okay with this in principle as long as the risk is manageable or the risk is low. But there was less support around more charging for services. We did lump together quite a number of different examples within this question, and when we look at the responses, people are saying they're kind of more supportive of perhaps charging for museums, country parks, waste services, parking charges, but because we'd also put social care in with that as an example, people weren't comfortable with increased charges for social care. We asked a question about what areas, if we did have more income, where people thought we should invest more and make improvements. And at the top of the list there, the most popular areas for increased improvements were highways, environment and carbon reduction, and infrastructure to support economy and population growth. The areas where there was less support for improvements were libraries, culture, public and school transport, and healthy living. We also had an open-ended question in the survey where people could leave any comment that they wished, and we read and coded all of those comments, and these are the top 10 codes which account for 32% of all comments. So the most popular comment was to protect vulnerable people, then lobby government for fairer funding. I think there's a lot of comments saying how shocked people were at the Leicestershire's position and that it supported our campaign. Improve waste management. Now this did include quite a lot of comments around doorstep collections and district responsibilities, which I think shows the confusion in the mind of the public about who's responsible for what. Reduce the number and salary of managers, reduce the number and salary expenses of councillors and the chief executive. That was the most popular comment in 2013, so again it shows the shift in people's priorities with vulnerable people at the top. Improve road maintenance and safety, less bureaucracy, inefficiency, waste, duplication, join up thinking with other departments and organisations, so within the council, between our own departments, but also with other partners and district councils. Get people to take individual responsibility, particularly around the public health agenda, and pursue unitary, have one single council. So that was a quick run through the survey results. I'm now going to pass over to my colleague Caroline, who's going to talk through.
Pause there in case there are any questions on that, because it
Yeah, very
kind of
happy
fits
to.
quite well, if that's all right, before we move on to the second part. You know, it's quite a detailed survey being done there. The comment that I would make is it's more of a financial one, really, of doing the comparison. I know you can't directly compare 2013 because some of the services have been amalgamated, haven't they, into a smaller number. But the thing that stands out to me is just how much money has gone out of some of the services. So, quick 3 examples. Travel to schools was 8.6 million, is now 4. Bus service subsidies was 4.3, now 2. And recycling and household waste sites was 4.5, now 3. So we've already taken substantial millions of pounds out of these services between 13 and now. And yet, you know, you're not criticising why we needed to do this at all, but it does highlight that 5-year comparison, 5 or 6 year comparison, does really highlight the impact of some of, and that may well be reflected in some of the responses you referred to, is that the appetite for further cuts, people are actually realising the impact of those cuts and what it's meant to frontline services. But, is my assessment of the situation correct?
I think your conclusion is sound in that that's what sort of people were sort of reflecting back in the session. I think you just need to be careful on that line by line comparison, because if you take home to school transport, I think previously it was all school transport, including social care and SEND, whereas we've moved that together with the main budgets. You see the SEND budget is transport and placement. So that line by line just need to be careful on, but I think that overall sentiment people were reflecting of actually they've seen enough cuts, they've had enough cuts, they're more comfortable with kind of council tax increases is okay.
Why you put in, say for example, the bus pass scheme, why did you offer that up? Because that is a statutory scheme which we can't cut, is that right? We've already took away the discretion, so I just wonder, isn't that a hostage to say cut bus passes when actually we're statutory obliged to do that?
It's very much just, I suppose, get people's views on different services. So some of this we could use, even if we're not sort of making savings directly, we could go back to government in sort of consultations asking for more flexibilities and freedom. So we were conscious of that, and there's quite a few areas did come back from sort of the different departments saying, well, you can't touch us because we're statutory. But in truth, there tends to be quite a lot of grey areas around statutory, but also even if we're not making a saving, it is just plain useful to understand where people's priorities are and what we should be sort of representing back to government.
Again, not really a question, just a comment really. Not mean to go back to the previous item on the agenda, but if you go to page 58, the fourth bullet down, where it says reorganising local government to make substantial overall savings and overheads. Looking down there, 81% of respondents would support that. So that's quite a high number. Quite interesting to note that quite a lot of people are supportive of that. And if we go forward to page 62, highways obviously comes out as being an area where people would like to see greater investment. Certainly, from my perspective, 90% of the emails and phone calls I get are on highways. I'm sure everyone else on the committee has the same. So I think hopefully that's noted by the leadership and the cabinet when we look at this in the round.
For lunch.
And finally, page 63, where we look at the code. So this is the free text fields, presumably people typing in stuff. Again, a lot of those points on there, I think, were addressed in the previous item where we looked at the vision for Leicestershire. So particularly around, point 2 around fairer funding, points 4 and 5 around reducing, the number of councillors and the number of mid-managers and salaries. So I think those points are good to pull out because they're reflected in the previous item around the council's vision. So I just wanted those to be noted.
Thank you, Peter. David Bill.
Same point, really. Page 58, we've got 56%. Presumably that's 56% of the 4,500, is it, or wherever? The 4,500 people support reorganising local government. But on page 63, pursuing the unitary, have one single council, 92. What's the significance of 92? Please.
The 92 are the people who have chosen to mention unitary specifically in their open-ended comment, so that's something they felt they wanted to reflect in their comment. The other proportion is the number of people who agreed with our statement around reorganising local government.
So that 92 is 92 out of 3,980 people, is it?
92 people mentioned that in their free text response.
Just bear in mind it's a free text, so it's only where people have chosen they want to say something over and above what the survey let them. So the forced one was the sort of the question, so that's representative of the 4,000, whereas the free text is just somebody had something else to say. So it's not going to be, you're never going to get such big numbers on that.
You want to come back on that?
So I'd imagine most people do not complete the free text field in surveys. That's why the numbers are so low. If you look at page 63, the highest there is 216. So most people will just answer the questions that are in the survey, agree, strongly agree, disagree, when it comes to any further comments, they'll probably just click next, I would imagine, and that's why the numbers there are so low.
Yeah, I can confirm that there are fewer people that choose to fill in the open comments. There's actually 3,000 or nearly 4,000 separate points of view, but in somebody's one comment they could have many different points of view. They can mention many different issues, but yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Bill Bolton.
Thank you. Some of the points have already been made, but 4,371 people filled the survey in, one way or the other. It's a very low number compared with the total population of Leicestershire. What was it last time in 2013?
It was 7,200, just short of, in 2013, but we're finding that it's harder to engage people.
We've got half the number of people who've filled the survey, and this time has lapsed, more or less.
It is fewer, certainly. But
And we're basing all our financial future on 4,000 people.
It's I suppose 2 points there. One, it's just an input into sort of a service prioritisation and planning. So it's not just a sort of a lift and drop into sort of what the public say is what we do with the service. So it is just sort of one of the melting pot of different views that take into account. You know, for example, Scrutiny's view get taken into account as we take through the MTFS. The other point problem is 4,000.
When we have the argument at council of a budget and anything else, it'd be thrown back at us. The survey you've done. A number of people have done it. It's always thrown back at, well, the people said, but only a very small proportion of the people have said this. So the decisions have been made by Scrutiny, on Cabinet, about a very small number of people who replied to the survey, like grass cutting. When that argument came up last time, we as members said, you know, grass cutting is important, but because the people said cut grass cutting, Cabinet decided to cut grass cutting. They reinstated it the following year when they found out it wasn't as good as they thought it was going to be. But they do take notice of this, but it just deflects the whole idea of what we're here for. These very low numbers. It's not representative of all the people in Leicestershire.
Have we got any stats on other councils' surveys?
As council surveys goes, it's quite a good response. We were pleased with that. I don't know how I can find some comparative figure for other councils, but we do know that from, say, national opinion polls, when we try and reflect the response for the whole country, they are normally typically on about 11 or 1,200 responses to represent the whole country. So it's not necessarily a proportion of the total population that makes it significant.
And what was the method? So you could reply through Leicestershire Matters paper and post that back.
Yes.
Could you go online?
Yes,
and do
we
it
just
online?
got over half of them coming back via Leicestershire Matters and just under half online.
Okay.
And we did extensive media campaign, social media
Yeah,
promotion. But there is sort of apathy, I think, out there around engaging with politics. Just at the minute.
Okay.
So
All right. Okay. Right, Alan, you're next.
Yeah, I just. Okay, I don't want to be too deep in this. Surveys don't work. They've been proven they don't work. I said this a long time ago. And they don't, as soon as you start writing a list, you've got a hypothesis already because we're dictating. So I'm a bit of a scientist, so I won't bore you all this, but that's the reality. They are a waste of time. The new approach, and the approach that a lot of government are using, and some councils in this country, is called a narrative approach, where it takes a bit longer, where we actually talk and listen to residents, but we don't give them questions. It's a more open book. You listen. And from that, in fact, the US Army use it. So when an officer comes that's been on duty, they don't say, there's a list of what's gone on. Tell me the story of what happened so we can write. Now, the figure is, if we do that, you're going to get some very interesting information how people perceive our services, etc. And it's very powerful. But we need to change the way we do it. It's not more complex. It's actually, initially, if you put the structure in. Now, if people want to see this, there's a guy called David Snowden. Okay, and it's to do with cognitive whatever. He's Welsh. Sad for that, they got beat in the rugby, but that's his fault, not his fault. But in reality, there is another way of doing surveys. Seriously, they don't work, you know they don't. I can't say anything more because people do get apathetic, lovely term, they get fed up, and we've got a different population of people, young people coming through who don't respond to that. We need to get stories from them and messages, and that will help drive our information forward. Because it must be frustrating for you. We put all that effort into a survey, you get 1 or 2% response, and if that was in business, we'd go, let's look at the way we do things, let's change it. That's the comment. No criticism. It's just let's look at other ways of doing this.
Okay, point taken. Any other comments before we move on to the second part, which was the workshops? David?
Yes, Chairman. This page 59, 50% of the people asked, or 80%, agreed with a council tax increase in line with inflation or above. I find that a bit hard to believe. I mean, presumably it's because the people who actually responded were self-selectors, picking up Alan's point really. And I don't think the population at large would approve of a significantly council tax being increased significantly above the rate of inflation. I just find that hard to take in.
Just a general point on the survey. I mean, 4,400 people did respond to this, which is an awful lot of people. I can't accept your point about kind of surveys can be a bit self-selected, but we did kind of, I mean, Caroline will talk about it in a bit more detail, but we did do focus groups alongside this, just to kind of get a bit more depth of analysis. But 4,400 people did respond. So, and we have to do budget consultations, and generally when we do our budget consultations on an annual basis, we get in the order of 200. So it is a lot of people. So I think you need to be careful about completely kind of ignoring what people have said.
Okay. I haven't got anyone else, so let's move on to the second part then, please.
Okay, thank you. I think just to say that we'd be happy to look at the narrative methodology in a little bit more detail outside of the meeting. So thank you for the comment about that. I think in recognition that sometimes you need a little bit more in-depth insight, that's why we did the additional focus groups, what we're calling deliberative workshops, to supplement that and to get a little bit more insight into why people are thinking things. And so I'm going to quickly go through some of that now. So we held 3 workshops at different locations across the county in July, and we had 72 participants in those workshops in total. We used an independent organisation to recruit the people for those focus groups and also to facilitate the sessions. And that was a company called Opinion Research. And actually, we did talk to them about the size of our sample for the main survey, the 4,300. And their view actually was that based on a lot of the work that they do nationally, that was a good-sized sample for a consultation exercise of this nature. So that's a bit of sort of independent opinion on that, because we did seek their views on this. The workshops lasted nearly 4 hours, and what we were really trying to do here was to seek people's views at the beginning of the workshops and then give them a presentation so that they could find out a little bit more about the council and some of the difficult financial pressures that it was facing. And then we sought their views at the end of the session, partly to see if those had actually changed or not as a result of actually having some additional information. And we actually asked those participants to think of themselves as playing the role of counsellor for a day. And I think that was quite interesting. People found that quite difficult. And they recognised some of the challenges that faced. But I think it's important to look at the results in the context that we were asking people to almost put themselves in that position where you were almost being forced to make some decisions that might actually feel a little bit uncomfortable. We did also split people into 3 different groups at each workshop session, so that there was a young person's group, a sort of middle-aged group, and then a group of slightly older people, again to try to facilitate discussion and to take into account the fact that some people of different age groups may have different opinions on things. I'm not going to go through all the slides because you've had the presentations circulated in advance, but I was just going to spend a little bit of time explaining this one because it might not have been obvious just from the slides that you had circulated. So what this uses is a concept called the net budget score, where we're taking the percentage of people who said that there should be an increase in budget in an area from those that felt the budget should be decreased. So you're getting kind of a balanced figure. And the green dots show what people thought at the beginning of the discussion, and bearing in mind they came at the beginning of the evening not really knowing that they were going to be in a focus group that was discussing budgets. And then the red dots show how people felt actually at the end of the session when they'd had a chance to hear the presentation from finance colleagues, but they'd also had a chance to have some quite detailed discussion in those groups about some of the issues that they were facing. So this slide shows the services that they felt were most likely to be considered for reduction, and they've been ordered by the net budget score at the end of the session, so the red dots that you see here. And similar, I think we can draw some comfort from the fact that the results from this more qualitative exercise are very much in line with the results from the main consultation that Joe has presented. So the services that you see at the top of this list, where people are perhaps more inclined to think there could be scope for reductions, are things like the smoking prevention, weight management, public health type activities, museums, libraries, adult learning, drug and alcohol treatment, and also actually grass cutting is showing there. But there were about 14 areas where, after the discussion, you'll see that they've shifted to the left of that line that you're seeing there in the middle. And I think one thing I think is quite interesting here is to see that very strong shift in opinion from how people felt at the beginning of the workshop to how they felt at the end of the workshop, when they were actually a bit more informed about some of the difficult choices to be made, and also they'd had some chance to discuss things with their colleagues. And I think that was, again, they were recognising the difficult challenge that people face. The next slide, in a sense, has to be interpreted the other way round. And so the services that you see at the bottom of that list have got the highest green score. So those are the services that people most want to protect. And similar to Joe's presentation, what you're seeing here are generally targeted services that are geared towards protecting vulnerable people, with the exception of maintaining roads and pavements, which featured quite strongly in that list as well. The net figures, again, have all reduced post-discussion, and I think what people started to realise during the discussions were that many of the services on the previous slide were actually services with lower budgets. So in order to achieve that very challenging 74 to 75 million saving, you actually did have to start considering some of those areas that perhaps you wouldn't really want to, but you would never achieve the 74 million by only going at some of the services on the previous slide. And that really dawned on people as they sort of were allowed to have more and more discussions about that. And then in the middle, you'll see here a few services where opinion was a little bit more balanced between on the services here. Again, we did seek views on council tax rises, and generally people were reasonably open to council tax rises both before and after the workshop, actually. The slide here shows the after workshop position. So similar to the presentation and Joe's findings, 40% are expressing a view here that council tax rises should be above the rate of inflation, although probably should note that 29% only looking at the slightly above inflation, but it's still an above inflation increase, and 37% supporting increases in line with inflation. So not quite the same figures as in Joe's presentation, but a similar kind of conclusion from that. And in the general discussion about that, people did just seem to express the view that council taxes, a rise in council tax was actually inevitable in order to continue to provide services. And also, I think people had also were talking about, they've registered that they felt that demand had now increased for some services, and again it was a combination of those two things. They also made a comment that it's really important that we do communicate how council tax is being spent, and that was the sort of comment that came through. I put this slide in just to highlight that generally the views on Leicestershire County Council were positive, and they actually became more positive during the discussion. Again, I think as they appreciated some of the difficult challenges that had already been faced by the council and some of the approaches to that. So you'll see some quite significant percentage point increases in those feeling that the council provides value for money, and also being satisfied with the way that the council is actually running the area at the moment. So in conclusion, and again, there's a little bit more rich data in the packs that you've got, where you've got some of the quotes from people that were attending. But the general view was that funding reductions could be considered across a number of service areas. They were least likely to want to do that when it involved more vulnerable groups of people. They were very keen and very interested in talking about new ways of working, and the sorts of things that they talked about in the groups were working more in partnership with other organisations, both to deliver frontline services and in terms of achieving back office savings. That was particularly around the public health kind of agenda, but also things like traded standards. They were talked about more community involvement in running services such as libraries and museums, talked more about encouraging people to volunteer. Again, the theme about people taking individual responsibility around the public health agenda came through quite strongly, and that people felt that the council shouldn't be spending money on that. People should actually be taking responsibility for their own health and doing something about it. And there are also some very good ideas about charging for services, income opportunities, bringing in new technology, and also around environmental issues. And then finally, I think one of the key things that we found from this was that actually residents that took part in the focus groups were actually very positive about the whole experience. I've just put up on the screen now one or two of the examples of comments that were received after the event. But they actually said they found it very valuable, they'd learnt a lot. And I think people were just, on the sort of fairer funding side in particular, they were quite shocked to understand just how poorly the county council was funded, and almost quite outraged, and felt that we should definitely continue to pursue those options. And also there was support in the focus groups for the unitary business case as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that very thorough run through. Brenda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. I love both of the presentations. Well, the paperwork, I just love graphs. And I could spend ages comparing them. And of course, you can read lots of information into it, can't you? And they all contradict each other while looking on the next graph and the next set of questions. Just looking at the comments at the end, I did find it interesting. I personally found today actually quite enjoyable. As a member, I would have liked the opportunity to come along to one of these sessions and to find out how they were delivered and how they were presented. So that's just one of my comments. In the first presentation by you, Joe, I was interested to look at the demographic differences, and there wasn't much of a shock there, but I think I would hesitate now filling in the bit on my information. Non-religious, other religion, LGBT and BME. I wouldn't have thought that data collection would be used in this sort of... I would have felt uncomfortable that I don't know, it's something personal to me, I suppose. Men, yes, men, women, or whatever the difference. But I would have not liked to have been lumped into something else. But was there any demographic differences different to Caroline in your in the workshops?
Sorry, in the workshops, I think you've got to bear in mind it's a much smaller group of people, so you've got to be a little bit careful about drawing too many conclusions. But I'd say that the younger people did hold slightly different views on things. They were probably slightly more in favour of some of the services that were targeted at young people, but by no means in its entirety. But they were also, I think, a little bit more on that people should take some responsibility, some personal responsibility for things like the weight management, the smoking and things like that. So they were possibly a little bit more extreme in their views on things like that. But that's a little bit of a generalisation, and they're relatively small groups. So I think you've just got to be a little bit careful in reading too much into that. But there were different dynamics in the groups, I'd say definitely. And again, with the sort of older age group, as you might expect, they were a little bit more concerned about services for older people, and some of the things like safety issues like roads, pavements, gritting, those sorts of things came through a little bit more perhaps in those groups. But again, they're relatively small numbers.
Thank you for that. When I first joined the borough, I was district borough. I participated in Democracy Week, and where we took out this sort of thing to children. And so the comments that I can remember the children giving me were based really not much different to this, because the kids had no idea what councils spend their money on. So probably as a presentation, it would be very helpful for me if I could see the presentation or the information and the developing, because I also have many people. I go out to schools now. I go to my local schools, and people ask me, "Oh, can you do a presentation on what councils spend their money on?" And off the top of my head, I think, well, grass cutting, highway. You know, we forget about the older people, education, and the children for some unknown reason. So I would personally like that if you could. I don't know whether everybody else would. So if that would be good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can definitely share the briefing and the presentations. Not a problem.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Fry.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what other councillors and the officers have said, that it's very difficult to get people to respond to surveys like this. A couple of points. We've talked about the 4,371. I have to say that 446 probably had a more interest in it because they were either staff or stakeholders. So the actual man in the street, I know our staff and stakeholders are men and women in the street as well, but it actually brings it down to about 3,900 that are going out on the street and saying, please answer it. I noticed that it was 72 participants from across the county, and it was split into 3 groups. Was it the same number in each group, in each area? And also, did they think that the length of time was just about right, or was it too long? 4 hours out of someone's day. I wonder then, because it was 4 hours, was it an absolute true representation, or was it people that actually could afford to do that time limit? Because to get to the places as well, they obviously had travel on top of that, so it could have been 5 or 6 hours out of someone's day to take the consultation. I was quite surprised at the breakup, 18 to 34, 35 to 50, and 55 plus, bearing in mind that we have an awful lot of residents now that are 65 plus, and the life they lead and their priorities and what money would be is quite different from an 18 to a 54. They're still in work, they're still earning, or in education. There's an awful lot of people we've got at the other end that don't have that, and I would have thought it might have been split to 65 plus, where you've got quite a percentage of people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. The sample that we got was quite representative, and we did actually recruit to a quota sample to make sure that we got good representation across the board, and that actually was strong in terms of age, ethnicity and geographical representation. We actually we did have a bit of a debate about the length of time. The workshops were actually held in the evening, so that it was easier for people to attend, but not very late. And we made it very clear to people that they were going to take that length of time. There was an incentive for people to attend, and we also did provide some refreshments for people at the beginning of the evening. Was it £60? Yeah. So, yeah. I think, again, we used the independent research organisation to give us advice on that. And again, it's a way of encouraging participation. It is quite a long time, but actually nobody at the end in their feedback actually said that they found that amount of time too long. It was split up into sort of some quite engaging activities. They had a presentation, they had a break. So I think if people had found it too long, they'd have probably let us know that. But again, we tried to take those factors into account, and we had them at different locations throughout the county, all of which were accessible by public transport as well as by car, so that again that sort of helped to get that more representative sample.
Okay, can we thank you very much for... Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Nobody told me, Terry. Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to comment and reiterate the concerns, obviously, about small sample size. There's not a lot you can do about that, but you know we've got 1% of the population. It's like those adverts that say 8 out of 10 cats. You know, it's whose owners expressed a preference, say they preferred it. So we as politicians, we can't really rely on this when we go into elections. But it does seem to suggest, looking at the two since 2013, that there has been there was a measure of effectiveness of our messages getting out, and that we do seem to have shifted older and community up the agenda, which I'm pleased to see. And I do think the workshops certainly suggest, in the shift that you make in the workshop attendees, that we have some cogent arguments when we can get some people in a room and talk to them for long enough. And maybe that's something we as politicians ought to be learning from you. And I'd also like to comment that I think the public health team need to look at this and recognise that their messages are not getting out there. You know, we've got a food industry, a gambling industry, a drug industry, you know, we've got the county lines, we've got a lot of people who are doing a very good job of marketing against us. And clearly, people don't really value what we're doing at all, or even sort of banging on about personal responsibility. Well, if, you know, in making these rational choices we're expecting people to make, when you turn up at so many public meetings, you know, and the only snack they've got on offer is sweet biscuits, you know, if there is no choice, then people can't make responsible choices. So I think we need to be telling the public health team that they need to get their marketing a whole lot better going forward. But yes, I thank you for this work. I think it is fascinating, as long as we take it with, you know, with some scientific measures of salt. Thank you.
Comments. So this will be used, obviously, to inform the next stage, Chris, in terms of the preparation of the MTFS.
I know before we start the meeting, you're asking about timelines and timescales for the MTFS, given the election. So what we're aiming for is still for a December Cabinet report. And clearly this will influence the MTFS. It's not, you know, it's not like an X Factor vote in terms of who goes through and who doesn't go through. It is an influence on it. And then after December, we'll be into the usual process of scrutiny in January and County Council in February. The kind of fly on the ointment is going to be exactly when we do get the settlement. We've got a good idea in terms of the current government, in terms of what the settlement is, but clearly there's a general election and there's a different government who really knows in terms of what will happen. So again, huge amount of uncertainty, and I think that's the message I gave about a month ago when I was here talking about the budget monitoring. So I think we'll have to be nimble in terms of processes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Right, let's break for lunch. Suggest we come back at 2:15 and try and press on to the last two items. I think people will need it. Right, 2:15. Right, let's press on. We are at agenda item 10, our afternoon session. The East Midlands Shared Services Performance Update, which is an annual report we receive. Byron Rhodes, Deputy Leader of the Council, is back with us as the lead member for this area. And no, we haven't got Lucy Littlefair, but we have got Chris Tambini, the Director of Corporate Resources, and Jill Turner, one of the managers from the shared service. So who would like to kick off the introduction?
Introduce it. I mean, what you've got is a paper here which brings you up to date with EMS, as we affectionately call it, East Midlands Shared Services. It's an arrangement with Nottingham City Council, which has been in place now for about, what, 9 years now, something like that? 7 years, right, corrected. And developed over that period of time, and has now turned into a very successful service. We provide back office services to Nottingham City Council and to Leicestershire County Council. That's all the financial services. That's the receipt and payment of all transactions. So I think it processes something like £1.5 billion worth of transactions a year, which is an enormous amount. And also manages all the recruitment and HR work for both councils as well, and payrolls. And it's got a very extensive payroll activity, which has been now applauded everywhere. It does a lot of work also for schools, particularly academy schools, who started to come back on board. When they've tried other people, they find it doesn't work very well, so they come back to us. So it's a service which has had a tricky time to begin with. It's all based on the Oracle system of IT. And we had difficulty getting it all to work properly at the beginning. Overcome those difficulties now, but of course, no sooner you've overcome difficulties, then you find that the software starts to go out of date. So in the future, we've got to upgrade to Oracle Fusion, which is Oracle in the cloud. Hands up, anyone who knows anything about the cloud? Not too many. And I'm not going to try to explain, but we will be upgrading to that in the future, near future, sometime possibly in 2020. That will be a rather different system to what we've got at the moment. We do anticipate that we'll be able to do that successfully, albeit we're having some issues with it at the moment. What I can say overall is, just as I'm staying on the introduction, I'll answer your questions, is that our partnership with Nottingham City Council has been very good. A lot of people said, how can a Tory council like Leicestershire, I suppose we could be called a Tory council, couldn't we, get on with a Labour council like Nottingham? We've always got on well with them and with their people at every level, by the way, and I'm talking about at member level as well as officer level. However, they're two very different cultures, and there are some issues which we encounter, obviously, on the corporation. It's now delivering, by the way, £2 million a year of savings on what we would have had as costs if we'd not done this. 1 million to us and £1 million to Nottingham. So it's very happy to answer any questions, and those I can't answer, either Chris or Jill will answer.
So I was just going to ask you to clarify that at paragraph 6. Overall, the services achieved 2 million savings since 2012. Is it 2 million per annum or 2 million? Because that's not clear from that paragraph. So it's ongoing every year, 2 million. Okay, well that's significant, isn't it? Which just justifies the work that's been put in. Yeah. Okay. Right. Any questions from members about this shared service? Yes, Mrs. Fryer.
Thank you. Well, I had a question also about the 2 million, but you've clarified it. Thank you very much indeed. It sounds very good. I noticed, though, and we've been discussing all day about combining services and making efficiencies. I noticed that the EMSS is based in 2 different properties. Was there a reason for that? Because that must incur costs as well. Or is it just because we're doing it with another city and another county? Thank you.
I mean, it's effectively what you just said. It's because we're cooperating, and for political reasons, both councils want to have something on their own premises. We are the employer, by the way, of everybody, even though the staff on financial services are based in Nottingham. It seems to work well, and what we do on the supervision of the whole thing, because there's a committee consisting of elected members, and there's 2 of us from Leicestershire and 2 from Nottingham, and I was the chairman up until May this year. And now it switches for 2 years to Nottingham, so there's a new chairman, a Nottingham City Councillor, and then 2 years' time it will come back to Leicestershire, and that's worked well as well. But yes, so we do it simply because both councils, and we both want to have our fingers in the pie, as it were.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on paragraph 7 on page 83 around the governance arrangements. Looking at other authorities, I know Northamptonshire's had many problems over recent years around their outsourcing arrangements, back office functions, and which contributed or at least aggravated their financial position. And I was pleased to read here that the head of audit has given a significant level of assurance to the operations, and that there are good internal systems of control. So I think that's to be applauded. But just wondered if you wanted to give a comment on the governance arrangements and how robust they are.
Well, I'll probably ask Chris to say something on this. Yes, I mean, I'm actually delighted that this is the case, because any doubt about that, and with the huge sums of money involved and the importance of this, because fundamentally the operations of both councils depend on this all being operated properly. So if you don't pay your bills on time, or something goes astray, then all kinds of issues then cut in and so on. So probity is extremely important, as well as accuracy. And they've given us up to now a clean bill of health, so we're delighted on that, and we wouldn't expect anything else but that either. Chris, you might want to say something.
I suppose just picking up on your write-up, when you quoted Northamptonshire and their shared service with kind of Cambridgeshire, I think Milton Keynes are in there as well, which hasn't gone that well. And there are other examples kind of where things haven't gone so well. But this I mean, Byron mentioned in the intro that this is a successful partnership. And it probably is because we have kind of worked pretty hard at it. There have been some times where it's been a bit harder than other times, but we worked hard at it. We've kind of seen through some of the issues. And a lot of that is around having a pretty strong governance. The members get on pretty well. We get on pretty well at the officers level. And when we have an issue, we've got to work it through. But there are many examples where these kinds of things have failed.
I've got Bill Bolter next.
Thank you. Yes. As you say, it's doing so well. Isn't that a business opportunity to actually extend that somewhere else, make some money out of it? Have you looked at that? And if not, why not? And what's the future hold? You know, I mean, if you're doing so well, you say you are, and you're happy, and Nottingham's happy, and other people are having difficulties, surely that's an opportunity there to knock on doors and say, you know, we could take your service on at a price.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Bolter. And indeed, that's exactly what we're doing. One of the things, and it's mentioned, I think it's mentioned in the papers, is that we are looking at extending the service into the health service. Nottingham University's Health Authority are looking at it as well. They particularly want the payroll side of it. The payroll is the one which is the most saleable. We have looked at other councils as well, and at one point Derby City Council were going to become a partner, but as you know, there are a lot of issues in Derby which are related to this, which make it difficult for them to sign up to things in the past. And so it's never actually happened, although they've shown some interest recently about coming back on board. The early years, we spent a lot. We had a fair bit of difficulty bringing this in because of we had severe problems with the software to begin with, and then we realised also that to make it successful, an awful lot of things had to happen within the organisations themselves in terms of internal procedures to adopt to the new methods and new disciplines. Because particularly when you've got a system in place which is subject to intense audit, which of course is Mr. Bedford's just raised, it's important that you can't find ways of circumventing the system, and the system does provide those sorts of protections. So we got over all those, and it took a long time to do it, but we did get it. We are well poised now to do that. What it will need, however, and this is going to be the issue, it will need capital investment to bring it about. Whereas we may be able to, because we're a little bit better placed in our management of finances here to provide some of the money. Nottingham are not quite so well placed. And so, although we're having discussions with them about it, I think it's going to be a little while before we can move forward.
Well, just thinking whether it would be worth just talking a little bit about the work we're doing with health, because there's quite a big development.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, so we've developed a partnership with Nottingham University Hospitals to look at the benefits of joint working with a view potentially to merging to become one joint unit. We're looking at 2 commercial opportunities. We've done a joint tender for a smaller trust for their payroll services in Nottingham, and we're doing a proposal for financial transactional services for a small trust in the south of England. So we do think that the health market is potentially quite interesting to us, and that's a way that we can absorb the knowledge that we need to be successful in that market. The other area that we've just developing in the new contract with Oracle for the cloud system, we have negotiated the ability for us to resell licenses effectively, bring people onto the system, which would allow people to partly benefit, not fully benefit, from the excellent rates that we've got for that system, and could be a very lucrative income stream.
Good stuff. Terry Aynham.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, an interesting report and obviously very satisfactory cross-party working. Thank you, Byron. I was pleased to see the point 18 about apprentices. As I sit on the East Midlands Council's Employment Board, and it's an area of concern that we are paying the levy but not getting much back. So it's very good to hear that you're taking on apprenticeships and the success that you're having. And I see that they're down for a review opportunities for apprenticeships. So I'll be interested to hear in which direction we intend to review it. So that's question 1. And then the other question was on point 17 on page 93. I'm always a fan of bringing things back in-house wherever possible. And we're going to build a business case to bring debt recovery back in-house. Now, we're not this authority doesn't collect people's council tax, as I understand it, but Nottingham City presumably do. I would be interested in that business case, whether or not you'll be taking account of the Stop the Knock campaign and the principles there, which are good principles for ensuring that we do get our council tax, but that we do so in the most efficient way and with the least use of expensive recovery procedures, which then also cost some very poor people quite a lot of money.
Thank you. So the first question on apprentices, we're really proud of our apprenticeship programme. It operates mainly in the Employee Services Centre at the moment, and we've got, even though it's operating in one part of the service, 4% of our employees are apprentices. I think virtually all of our apprentices have gone on to become full-time members of staff in permanent roles. Some of our apprentices have won national awards, and we are now very proud that the training programme that we've developed in payroll is now being is commercially available. Our review for apprentices is to extend it fully across the business. I think some of the challenges we had with finance services following Go Live meant that we couldn't ensure that we had that support and focus on apprentices within the business to ensure that they get the training and development they need to be successful. I think the leaps and bounds that the Finance Service Centre have made over this last year means that we are now looking to extend and have more apprentices. The second point around debt services, we took a pragmatic decision some years ago that we didn't have the skills that we needed to effectively manage debt, and that is in a public sector context where we are very mindful. However, we do have different categories of debt, and a lot of debt that's owed to the councils is in fact commercial debt, and there is no reason why we wouldn't pursue those as any other commercial organisation would pursue monies owed to them. part of working with the partners on the debt strategies is to differentiate between the different sorts of people who owe money to the councils and to manage those sensitively in a way that both councils would feel very comfortable with for their citizens.
Okay, Terry. Kevin.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I was very pleased to see that the original, effectively two partners in this back 7 years ago, are now you're expanding at least in terms of the Nottingham University hospitals. 'Cause I mean, that's a large enterprise. And it reminded me of the fact that I follow a health service journal like a fool. I don't know why I do, but I do. And I heard this week that the permission is now being given for Nottinghamshire CCGs, our clinical commissioning groups, who have 6, unlike Leicestershire who only have 3. Those 6 are being now allowed to merge. Might be a potential for you. And if that one works, and maybe when we get Leicestershire finally, the 3 becoming 1, maybe we'll have another go at that. 'Cause it's just another opportunity, isn't it? I'm not sure I'd probably recommend UHL just yet. I think they have enough on their plate with their 450 million capital they've got to spend. But you know, it shows that MS Health has legs to be able to go somewhere. Yeah, it's very good.
Okay, thank you for that observation. Right, I don't have any other members. I think we've generally been supportive of this partnership. It has obviously delivered savings and efficiencies at the same time. So carry on the good work, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so final item this afternoon, Report 11, Annual Delivery Report and Performance Compodium. Just changing the top table. And we've got Andy Brown, Operational Business Intelligence Team Leader, and Richard Wilding, Service Development Business Partner. Gather you've got a presentation for us, but you've slimmed it down a bit. Yeah, that would be good. Okay. You'd like to start then?
Okay, if I'll make a quick introduction. We have got a sort of 3-part presentation, but we'll try and make it quick and give you plenty of time for sort of questions and sort of look at the detail. So the report before you is the draft of the annual delivery report for 2019. Views of the Commissioner sought on the document. We're keen that it's very helpful and informative for scrutiny in the Council. So if in the future there's areas you'd like to see it develop into, extra information you'd like to see moving forwards, we're really keen to take your views on board and develop it into a useful tool. It is quite large. I do appreciate there's a lot in there at the moment as well. So it is due to go to the Cabinet on the 22nd of November and the full Council for sort of discussion of progress and performance on the 4th of December. It's split into 2 parts on a similar vein to the report you had last year. The first part is really around delivery and narrative around some of the progress that's been made against the outcome framework and the achievements over the last 12 months. And I'll just highlight 1 or 2 of the points in the delivery side in a moment. Second part, much more focused on the data, funding, some of the pressures and risks as a result of austerity and the Council's unfair funding position, some of those pressure points, and all of the performance data in terms of our benchmarking position for 17-18, which Richard will come to in a moment, and the end year figures that we have for 18-19. So it'll give you a bit of a flavour of areas that we're performing better on, areas that are under pressure, and areas that still need some improvement. So we'll sort of whiz through that in a moment. We have set up a strategic plan delivery group that underpins and draws together all of the activity to deliver the outcomes with outcome advisory boards and lead chief officer sponsors for each of the outcome areas to try and join up activity and make sure the activity is focused on delivering the maximum outcomes for the population. In terms of the delivery section, as I say, it's split into 5 themes. A lot of positive work that's gone on through the year, just to pick out some of the highlights. Obviously, a bigger agenda around economic growth and managing that, and then the establishment of the new growth unit that's emerging. Work around the enterprise zones, Vulcan Park and Apollo Business Parks as examples, and the broadband work. A lot of good work through the Adult Learning Service, the new Enderby Learning Centre, and work on skills, the Inward Investment Service, Place Marketing Team and Tourism Growth Plan. A significant amount of investment around the transport agenda in terms of transport planning with Midlands Connect and Transport for the East Midlands, some quite major road schemes that are progressing, Melton Mowbray, Hinckley, Loughborough and Colville, the Anstey Lane proposal, and quite a bit of focus on the rail strategy as well this year, and how that's progressing with sort of pressure to invest in the East Midlands and Leicestershire train infrastructure developments around the Midland Main Line. Managing the impact of potentially HS2 and trying to achieve extra trains on the network, and work around sort of speed, road safety, speed cameras, rural speed work, school clear zone and camera car. Homes, a lot of the transport work does feed into the homes agenda to try and unlock homes development sites. So a lot of focus around on the strategic growth plan, strategic planning, the housing infrastructure fund bids. East Lutterworth, the work on the expansion there, and also a lot starting to come through on social care, accommodation strategies, some of the investments that are going into providing extra accommodation, sort of Great Glen and Hinckley Supported Living at Colville and Ratby. So that sort of comes through in the report, so quite a few positives there in terms of delivery. Quite a lot happening through the Better Care funds, obviously significant sums that are being invested to support both adult social care and underpin some of the sort of the work on the market, some of the pressures on adult social care, as well as integrating services across health and care, the integrated neighbourhood teams, the discharge teams, work on detox, which has been very positive in terms of the data over the last year, and also to support adult social care developments around information and technology, and the learning disability programme, the transforming care programme, which comes through in some of the work. Public health, a lot of transformation work around public health to sort of try and provide services in different ways using sort of digital technology, coping with some of the some reductions that have come through nationally, and trying to maintain the impact on a range of health prevention initiatives, particularly around mental health and suicide prevention work that's a highlight this time. Just say something around children's. Some work around school place delivery. I think there's 154 school places delivered this year. New schools at Ludbersthorpe and Newlands. Big focus on children's social care, safeguarding and Ofsted improvements. A lot of work's gone into that, and we have had an Ofsted inspection over the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks, and I think the report's potentially due out next week, and it's on the agenda for the Children and Family Scrutiny Committee to sort of look at the Ofsted position. There has been quite a lot of work gone into improvement in that area. The Barnardo's Innovation Partnership is part of that, and also looking at sort of care placements and pressures in that area. SEND, big investments, as you're aware, in SEND to try and help with some of the pressures on provision and places for children and young people, and changes around children and families' well-being, the early help service, partly as a result of savings initiatives, but also looking to maintain a strong early help service. And communities, well, a lot of activity around communities, sort of smart libraries work, community libraries, the record office plans, some of the country parks work. The environment side, as you're aware, there was a new environment strategy about 18 months or so ago, and work underway to sort of implement that strategy. And since then, the Climate Emergency Declaration, which looks to further kind of accelerate the work on the environment and climate, with initial investments being made into that area to plan further investment moving forward, but also support work around CO2 reduction, clean energy, solar farms, etc., and some work around waste. So quite a lot of significant developments this year. A lot of it driven perhaps through the capital side as much as revenue, work through attracting grants from government, Section 106, working with the LEP, using our own capital resources internally. Not to say also the internal work that's gone on to underpin this work from sort of the property team, transformation, legal team, digital, the HR stuff, so that we've not said a lot about the back office work because we've tried to focus on the outcomes, but a lot of hard work has gone on to underpin the delivery side. So that's all I wanted to say on the delivery. In terms of the impact and current performance position, I'll just hand over to Richard just to sort of take you through some of the data highlights.
Thanks, Andy. We report regularly to the council's departmental scrutiny committees on performance, and we used a sort of basket of key indicators to take to each. We've brought a raft of those indicators together, 228 in total, to look at how the council performs sort of across all of its main service areas. And this slide shows how our pure performance position compares to other counties over the last 7 years. It shows that Leicestershire's 7th overall for 2017-18, which is the year for which we have a complete set of data, the latest year that we're able to show you. You can see from looking at this chart that after 2012-13, the overall position sort of dropped markedly for a couple of years in a row. And we think that's most likely because Leicestershire had to move slightly more quickly to reduce some service levels because of our lower funding level compared to other areas. However, more recently, we've been able to sort of improve and stabilise that position. And you can see over the last 3-4 years, things have been relatively stable in terms of our performance compared to other county areas. The next slide shows the same authorities for the most recent year, and it brings in spend per head. So the horizontal axis across the bottom of this chart shows spend per head, with low spending authorities to the right-hand side and higher spending authorities to the left-hand side. The vertical axis shows performance, with higher performing authorities to the top and lower performing authorities to the bottom. It's a similar view that we presented, I think, last year, so hopefully some members might recall it. So ideally where you want to be as an authority is in this top right-hand quadrant, which is authorities that are lower spending and higher performing. And where you possibly don't want to end up is in this bottom left-hand quadrant, which is high spending and low performing. So you can see that Leicestershire's fairly comfortably up there, ranked 7th as we picked up from the previous slide. And I think one important point to make is that 4 of these authorities that are above us in that ranking spend very considerably more per head than Leicestershire does on services. So you can see that they're possibly achieving that with significantly higher levels of spend. The slides that follow pick things out on a sort of a service theme by theme basis, and they each use a basket of performance indicators that are relevant to that service area. So the first slide covers the performance on the local economy. It uses a basket of 10 indicators. Across the bottom axis, we've actually used overall council spend per head because there wasn't a clearly defined budget that we could compare across all authorities for spending on economic growth and economic development. And up here, Leicestershire's ranked 10th in terms of its performance on economic indicators. The next slide takes a similar approach to transport and highways. The horizontal axis does actually use spend per head on transport and highways issues. We've used 31 indicators here, of which 22 are drawn from the NHT, National Highways and Transport Survey. We do very well in that survey compared to other areas, so that helps our performance on this slide. We're ranked 3rd overall for performance and with the 7th lowest spending area, so we're fairly comfortably up there in that top right-hand quadrant for transport and highways. The next slide covers performance on the affordable and quality homes outcome of the strategic plan. Again, the horizontal axis here, we've used overall spend per head because we're not a housing authority as such, so there isn't a clearly defined figure for spend on housing across county councils. We're ranked 5th based on a range of indicators covering things like house building, homelessness, use of temporary accommodation and affordability of homes. This slide covers performance and spend on adult social care. It covers 34 indicators mainly drawn from the Adult Social Care Outcomes Framework, which is a basket of indicators defined by government, which all local authorities use. We're ranked 23rd here for performance, and we are the lowest spending authority on adult social care. And I think it's probably important to make the point on this slide that we've got 9 indicators out of the 34 that fall into the top quartile for performance, and they cover things like service delivery and efficiency, things like reablement, helping adults with learning disability into employment and to live in settled accommodation, delayed transfers of care, things like that. We do have 10 indicators that fall into the bottom quartile, and 8 of those are survey related. So there's a large adult social care user survey and a carers survey, and it seems to be those sort of service quality and perception indicators where we don't do so well. So that has the effect of pulling our performance down somewhat in this area. The next slide covers public health, and this draws on 37 indicators covering public health outcomes. We're ranked 10th for performance, and we're 7th lowest for spend, and you can see a bit of a pattern on this slide which appears to show a loose correlation, whereby lower spending areas appear to have higher performance and higher spending areas have lower performance. And I think what this shows really is that public health funding tends to follow need, so the government allocates higher amounts of public health funding to areas with poorer health, so the money tends to follow need to a degree. So I think that's what it's showing, rather than the fact, right, it's not really showing that if you spend less you get better results in this area. In terms of children's social care, we've performed very well in terms of performance indicators. This uses a basket of 24 indicators covering things like looked after children, child protection, youth offending. We're ranked 4th for performance, and we're 2nd lowest on spend per head, so a sort of solid performance in terms of children's social care. And finally, in terms of these theme views, we've got a view of how we perform on waste and environment. We're ranked 24th for performance here, and we're 10th lowest for spend. There's quite a complex picture here with a number of authorities operating different waste partnership arrangements and having received large amounts of funding from government for PFI ventures, which helps to sort of squeeze out some of their costs and help them with performance. The department has had some issues with its contractual arrangements for disposal of waste. There are new contracts that are due to come on stream soon, and they're expecting a significant improvement in performance from 2020-21 in this area. I've got 2 more slides which provide a very high-level summary of performance across the indicators in the annual performance report. This first one summarises the quartile positions that the indicators fall into in the dashboards. So top quartile indicators are indicators where we're in the top 25% of local authorities in performance terms. And you can see from this chart that we've got a fairly stable, over the last 3 years, proportion of indicators falling into that top quartile at 26%, which has been relatively stable. We do have slightly fewer indicators this year in the 2nd quartile, with more moving into the 3rd. We are still waiting for quite a bit of the 2018-19 end of year data to be published, and that'll be available over the winter period. And the final slide covers improvement relative to the previous year. And what this shows really is that compared to the previous year, a slightly higher proportion of indicators are improving at 47%, and a slightly smaller proportion that are declining in performance terms. And I'll hand over to Andy for the remainder of the presentation.
Yes, just to finish off briefly in terms of the funding position and some of the risks and pressures. I'm sure you members are very familiar with some of this, so I won't go into the detail, but some of the recent developments. I saw a report this year from PwC suggesting the funding black hole is £50 billion for counties over the next 6 years. As you know, Leicester is still the lowest funded county. That's confirmed in the report in terms of the core spending power tables included, which adds to the pressures and risks to local service delivery. Page 204 shows the revenue squeeze that's still there on non-adults and children's services. There's been reduction in spend per head for net expenditure, public health, highways, transport, environment and culture this year. marginal increases for adults and children, but that's the demand pressures. It's not necessarily saying that that they've lots of extra resources gone in. It's just trying to meet some of that demand. Interestingly, there's a report from PwC this year which suggests that kind of the impact of austerity isn't evenly spread across the country. Seemed to suggest London had a surplus in funding of 2.4 billion between 2015 and 20, and a lot of London authorities are much higher, significant differential in their funding to the London boroughs than the counties, and that's in the core spending power tables we've included in the report. And clearly the Fair Funding campaign and Fair approach that we've been sort of pushing, the council's been pushing for a number of years, is critical moving forwards to cope with some of the pressures. And it's very disappointing the implementation timescales been pushed back or delayed, and that's sort of one of the recommendations in the report. Just quickly, some of the financial pressures and risks. The NAA reported last year, which I think we mentioned in the report, about the scale of the reductions, some unprecedented reductions which still impacting on us. Welcome that there's been seems to be an uplift in this year's budget for 1 year, which will certainly help in the very short term. But serious financial issues within the counties are continuing to grow, some moving to a statutory minimum offer. BBC identified 11 authorities at risk of exhausting their reserves over the next 2 or 3 years, and 8 of those were counties due to the pressures of the social care responsibilities. So that comes through in the data. There was an MHCLG Select Committee report this year for those members interested on the impact of austerity, with a range of funding implications on essential and non-essential services set out in that report. That's worth a look. And as you know, significant savings in the county council, 200 million up to 2018-19, set to hit 250 million by 2021. Impacted services and difficult savings made and still to make. Rising demand and child placement, school places, learning disabilities, SEND, ageing population and waste. Set out in the report the refresh transformation programme and service reductions from a couple of months ago. I'm sure the budget will be revising that, and you'll be having that come to you at the set of meetings in January. Just to confirm the overall drop in the headcount in local government nationally, and I'm sure that's figures similar locally. And we do monitor staff through staff survey and regular feedback channels, and we've done the annual staff survey this year. A slight improvement in those that are saying stress isn't a problem. So 63% saying stress isn't a problem at work, but that means there's 37%, or nearly a third, saying stress is a problem. So that's obviously a concern for us and an area we're watching. And also a significantly increased level of risks set out on page 19 or 187 of your pack, which we're monitoring very closely. Some of the service pressures, I won't go into the detail, they're all set out in the report this year that have been flagged up both nationally and sometimes locally around the economy, high streets, managing growth, passenger transport, road maintenance in some areas, homelessness. A lot of pressures still around adult social care, staff turnover, contractors, handing back contracts, quality issues. CQC have published a report last week, which is maybe of interest to members, setting out in some more detail their concerns about the state of adult social care, say contractors being handing back contracts, reduction in the number of domiciliary care suppliers in the market, home care providers have declined by 11%. Locally, we've seen a worsening of the number of providers requiring improvement, so that's gone up to 17% locally, so clearly something we're very conscious of and monitoring locally. And lots of issues from Care Quality Commission around learning disabilities and autism services as well. Public health, big agenda around prevention, air quality and preventable ill health linked to the 10-year health plan. And a range of local issues that are picked up in the data later in the report, where we need to continue focus around physical activity, particularly, and obesity. Children's social care, again, lots of pressure points there on placements, staff recruitment, child mental health, SEND, which I'm sure members will be familiar with, knife crime and trying to meet the higher regulatory standards from Ofsted. Trading standards, some areas of community services, particularly around cohesion, where we've seen increasing reports of hate incidents, and that's being monitored very closely and looking at interventions there, and ensuring we respond to and meet the climate change agenda and the need for improvements around waste tied into that. And just to finish on a couple of data points not included in the report, the latest crime data which we have flagged in the report, which I'll leave in the pack, does show continuing increasing trend of crime in most crime categories: total crime, violence against the person, sexual offences, knife crime, possession of blades, and vehicle offences, which does impact a number of areas, and is something we're looking at. A bit more positive in terms of school performance, which we didn't have to hand when we wrote the report. This is a continuum of Leicestershire secondary schools. It's sort of hot off the press, and it shows the range of performance on Key Stage 4 for pure attainment. So on the right-hand side, we have the schools in green are above the national average. I'm sorry you won't be able to read the detail of individual schools, but we can make that available to you. It just gives you a flavour of the overall position. There's 20 above the national average now, 6 around the average, and 14 still below average. But many of those 14 are in those areas with more sort of deprived demographic circumstances, which this doesn't adjust for in terms of this indicator. A couple of the ones at the end, one of them has been decommissioned, one of the schools. So some positive progress. Also, there's been significant changes, as you know, in the Leicestershire education system over recent years with the Academy Trusts Academies and the 11 to 16 schools, the all-through schools. Very interesting to see that of the top 12 performing schools now, 10 of those were the former 11 to 14 schools that are now holding on to their pupils through to 16. So that's having a positive contribution to the overall picture. It's a bit more complicated that to interpret, because obviously they don't go, then go to the other feeder schools, so it does impact elsewhere in the system, but that change seems to have had a positive impact overall. So that's good news. And Key Stage 2 this year has been very positive as well. But in terms of progress, this is a harder measure. These are schools that are moving pupils forward from at the age of 11 to age of 16 more than the national average. So it does show there's still a bit more potential. So the ones in green are moving pupils, making more progress than the national average for that age group. The ones in red, slightly less progress. So there is a lot more potential in the education system that the School Effectiveness Service is targeting. And just a couple of final points around staff and residents figures. We do survey the staff on a biannual basis, and some of the figures are in the report. Some positives in there, despite sort of austerity and service reductions in staff and some of the stress issues. We have had some good figures through the staff survey, rating the council as a good employer and committed to equality and diversity. So that's a positive. The areas that are score lower around managing change, and also that stress does not affect job performance. The actual change indicator has improved since previous surveys, so that's a positive. And we do continue to monitor residents' views on a regular basis, a sort of quarterly resident survey. Has been a slight increase in residents thinking the council offers value for money, 66.1%. About 49.8% feel the council's doing a good job, but also more complaints being reported and people feeling less well informed. So issues in there as well to monitor. So all of that analysis has led us to these recommendations for continued focus. There's a lot in there. I think there's some significant challenges moving forwards, significant number of outcomes that need to be delivered, lots of pressures, budget pressures, a lot of demands right across the board, and there's going to be a lot to do and a lot to face the council moving forwards.
Thank you very much, Andy and Richard. That's a very thorough introduction and presentation. Rosita, got you first.
Thank you. I actually haven't got anything to say other than, yes, I know, that surprises you, doesn't it? I always look forward to your annual report because it is the highlight of my year. I use it for my newsletters, I use it for information, and I can only congratulate you. And that comes from a lady, female, Leicestershire, who lives 1 year longer than on the national average in UK. Because, you see, so you make me feel good all around. So thank you very much.
One or two questions, Chair. It's sort of been highlighted about on page 100 about the 17% adult social care providers require improvement. I'd like somebody to take up that somewhere and actually report back to us what's been done about that. Page 100. It's on item number 22. Big, but 17% is a lot. Going through, doing as quick as I can find them all. Right. Then we go to page 126, homelessness prevention, something that we all should be very concerned about. But the County Council only provides one accommodation at Loughborough, which is no good to my residents, or I should imagine to Blaby's residents or anybody else, because they can't get there. If they get there, they can't get the children to school. So can somebody please look at another provision somewhere else in the county as well as Loughborough? I mean, 30 bed spaces is not sufficient for the number of homelessness people we've got coming through the books now in all councils. On page 128, part of the Better Care Fund, effective use of disabled facility grants to help meet housing needs and change to wider health and care systems. Unless something's changed, the government gives DFG money to the county and the county then transports it to the districts in its entirety. That's the format at the moment. So is that still going to be the case? Because that money is given to light bulb at the moment from the districts straight to light bulb. So that's another question I've got. And perhaps one of the most important ones is on page 131. Enabling choice and control. Talk about personal budgets. Fine. But do people realise that when they employ, and the word is employ, a personal assistant, they are an employer, they're liable to national insurance payments for them and their employee, also holiday pay and also sick pay. Because I fear that the county council's publicising this on their website, on their In Touch. That's not In Touch. What's the county council magazine that goes around? That's Share Matters. Asking people to take on personal assistance, but they don't realise what they're taking on in employment terms. So that's something else that needs to be looked at. And one of the other things intrigues me, I'll finish there, Chair, page 134, changing places. Toilets. Existing toilet place in Leicestershire, Charnwood 3, North West Leicester 1, Melton 2, Blaby 2, Oby and Wixton 2. I'd like to know where the two are in Oby and Wixton because I can't find them. You know, and with respect, if I can't find them, I doubt anybody else will. So I'll finish there, Chair.
Okay, have you got some response? Some of these are service area matters, are they? Would need referring to the relevant department for a response, I would imagine.
I think some of them we will need to come back just to make sure we get a full and accurate answer, certainly in terms of the locations of the changing places toilets. I think the care homes improvement, there is a lot of activity going into care quality. There's a new post been appointed to look at satisfaction rates in social care, and they're taking forward an action plan. A lot of the work of the quality team underpins that. We can certainly make some information available around that, whether it's a report to the committee or sort of further information circulated. Homelessness prevention, I think that's a valid comment about the number of beds and whether that's sufficient. We could certainly including the response to the Cabinet. DFGs obviously need to check whether there is any changes planned through there's a new Better Care Fund, there's some new sort of guidance that underpins that. I don't think it's changed things significantly, but I don't know the details, so I'll need to check that rather than look to answer now. And personal budgets, it is a sort of a national model really that's been applied for adult social care, though obviously there's some discretion locally around certain elements of it. I'm sure that is the case, the comments you made about how that works and the disadvantages of that model, as well as that model having some benefits in terms of personal freedoms and ability for people to have control themselves. I'm sure that there are some limiting factors around that approach.
Very much, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, very, very helpful, useful report, without doubt. Just need to pick up on a bit of accuracy. Page 125 in our big document, I think it's page 19 in the actual report. Housing to support independence. And then the second bullet point down, I think someone must have a keen liking of race car circuits. It's not Brooklands independent living, it's Brookfield, without an S. And a little bit further down that paragraph, it says new tenants moved in during the summer of 2019. I think you better check that, because I think they're not moving in until beginning of next year. I think they're about to move in, but not yet. Yeah. But no, lovely report, very helpful. Lots of good things, as Mrs. Page has said. All sorts of good news in here, which we can pass on to newsletters and parish council and so on. So very helpful. Thank you very much.
Terry Iron.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to concur. An excellent report, and I think Councillor Page is quite right. It's something that you can refer to as a councillor. The first section, of course, is it's such a massive overview of everything that we do. Very well done, and I think that's, in a sense, the purpose of this report, as I would see it, is it for us to mine and find areas where we would want to look more deeply, perhaps in another setting or to another committee. So I think that's a very useful purpose for this. I love the second section, of course, where you tell us all the pressures that we're under. We've obviously just heard about the workshops asking people their views on what we should cut and should we put the council tax up. And knowing what we're up against is clearly very important when communicating with our residents. Page 186, I assume this is what we will all be thinking of as we go through to the MTFS about the savings under development. It's pretty clear there are no easy solutions in any of those, so that's going to be interesting. But my question then, and I suppose something that I don't think at the moment, well, it's very difficult to scrutinise it, so I have every sympathy. You mentioned on page 187 uncertainty regarding Brexit. And on page 111, mention that we are part of the delivery of the European Structural and Investment Fund programme. And on page 113, that we get 5.5 million from European Regional Development Funds, and that work is now underway to secure further European Regional Development Funds. At what point and how, given that every time there is meant to be a briefing on Brexit at my other council, they cancel it because we've no idea what we're meant to be doing. Every week we have one and then it's cancelled because they've changed their minds. At what point are we going to be able to look at what we're going to do if and when there is ever an end to this process?
What's going to happen? How at the moment, the thing carries on. It's business as usual. Until at least
Thank
January.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we will carry on getting money from the European Union until whenever. Is that what we're going to do?
I think there are discussions nationally about how the European funds would be replaced in the kind of when Brexit moves forward. I can't think of the name of the fund, but they're talking about a national fund, aren't they, to replace the European fund, perhaps with a different focus, different management of it. Have members had a briefing on Brexit locally? Yes, so obviously there's a lot of focus around the risks of Brexit and managing that in the County Council with an action plan and support going into that. But you're right, so obviously potentially significant implications and a big change to what the report will look like moving forwards.
All right, Terry. Best answer you're going to get, I think, at the moment. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. On that last point, I thought the sunny uplands are coming now that we're no longer going to be shackled with all that lovely money coming in from Europe. But could we? I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, it's a good report. It is an excellent report, and it's a sort of report you want to keep available to dip into. But some of the items here are. It's all accurate, I know, what we're actually achieving, but some of the items relating to the strong economy and transport are more aspirational rather than actually planned. There's a reference on 109, page 109, to our old friend, the Strategic Growth Plan, which we've all come to love and look forward to. I see the number of houses now has gone up to 190 new homes. We were working on 180, but now it's up to 190. And there's a reference there to the new A46 growth corridor. Now, that in itself is aspirational, isn't? Because it hasn't been agreed, as I understand it, by Midlands Connect. And throughout this report, there's a reference to Midlands Connect plans. You move forward to page 115. It talks about the Midlands Connect regional vision, which is fine, but that's all it is, because further in the report it talks about it talks about all these improvements as if they are definitely going to come. I do wonder whether this should be separated out as between plans that are definitely in the programme and scheduled to be implemented, and proposals which might happen at some future point. If you look at rail strategy, that's full of wonderful ideas which we'd all back. But that's all they are. As far as I'm aware, no money whatsoever has been allocated for any of it. I think we ought to try to make that point, and some of us are not too keen on some of it happening anyway. Further up here about the expressway turning into the A46 Trans-Midlands trade corridor. There's still a lot of feeling in the south of the county that would be a mistake. So this report raises a lot of questions in my mind, but I think we just ought to just question when we do read material which we know is controversial, and there ought to be some reference to the fact that this might or might not happen. Thank you, Chairman.
To what extent is this looking back on performance achieved, and then obviously a lot of this narrative is looking forward to ambitions that the council hopes to, but as Mr. Bill does say, not all these things are agreed yet by a long shot in terms of the funding.
I think it's a fair point that there is a mix of material in there. We are looking to try and cover off all of the outcomes to give some assurance around what's been delivered or what is being delivered, what is being planned, particularly where there's significant scale developments across the region that take some planning and delivery. Some of the major road schemes, some of the work around rail, some of the economy stuff is obviously a lot of investment and work goes in from those teams around the planning side of it, even before delivery. So it's trying to flag up the work that's going on with the transport teams, the economic teams on these major schemes, so that members are aware what's happening, what's planned, what we'd like to see happen, what we're lobbying for, what we're aiming for. So I think it is relevant to give a sense of delivery and ambition. And it kind of completes the picture. But it's a fair point. We're not trying to say all this has been delivered, that all of it is necessarily guaranteed to be delivered. But this is what we want to see delivered against those outcomes.
We're all happy with that. I'd like to thank you for your presentation this afternoon and for coming and doing this every year. It certainly gives us an understanding of the performance. And you now very much make the case how this is increasingly linked to the lack of funding and the pressures on funding, which I think is a good assessment of the situation. So thank you. Right, so that completes the business for this afternoon. Can I remind members that we are in fact meeting again this time next week in order to do a lot more business. And your papers for next week are, I think Kat's got them, so don't forget to take them with you if you haven't already had them yesterday. Save the council the postage, you're sending them to you. So just to confirm, the date of the next meeting is at 10 o'clock on the 6th in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you remember we had a commissioners meeting with Chris Thomas?
Chris Thomas, vaguely.
Our community, our Black X operational chief head we employed. And we asked him to set us out how the community safety, how it all works and pans out together. Community safety, youth justice plan.